is Cody Kilpatrick, and then they have a DH day in Hunter Stone, and he's batting in the 8th hole. Leading off the top half of the inning for Cheyenne Post 6 is Mason Tafoya. He is batting 3rd. The second hole hitter, Coulter McAnally. He's playing shortstop. Zach Constanopoulos playing first base, number 21. He's batting in the 3 hole. Dominic Lopez, number 16, playing right field, batting in the 4 hole. Batting in the 5th hole, Julian Romero, number 8, playing left field. Hayden Swain catching behind the plate, batting in the 6th hole, wearing number 14. Keldon Hastings, he is playing second base, batting 7th. Ethan Reisdorfer, and he is DH tonight. And then 9 hole today for Cheyenne Post 6 is Wyatt Hott. He is center field, wearing number 7 and pitching for them in the bottom half of the first inning. Brad Feeder. Ready to go.
All warmed up. Just one final meeting with the corners and his battery mate behind the plate, Dalton Nelson. One final meeting, just making sure they're on the same page in case the runner gets on second base. And
Mason Tafoya ready to go, stepping in here. Morton takes sign from Dalton Nelson, and the first pitch from Mortensen. It's a little bit high and inside for ball 1.
Interesting, Mortensen does not go from the windup. He's starting out in the stretch. Just does not use a windup. Nothing changes whether there's runner on base or bases are empty.
Yeah. See a lot of people do that here in the as the second pitch here to Tafoya from Mortensen's a strike, swinging strike. See more often than not, a lot of people do that in these levels of baseball, and then once they get up to college, they kind of form a wind-up, if you will. Third pitch of the at-bat here from Mortensen is fouled off, straight back into the screen. A 1-2 count, starting off quickly for Mortensen.
Good start from Mortensen. First pitch missed up and in. The other 2 over the plate. Mix up Tafoya with an off-speed pitch on strike for number 1.
You can't be mad about that so far. 1-2 pitch from Mortensen. Just a bit outside for ball 2.
Get a little further up the baseball. 1-2, you don't want to throw it over the plate, but that one into the other batter's box. Too wide for Tafoya to offer at.
The 2-2 for Mortensen here. That one's a little bit low. Good block there by Nelson. No one on base, but good to get practice to start the game, you know?
If you're a coach, you love seeing your catcher do that no matter if there's a runner on base or not. Block everything.
Instead of just digging it, you know? The 3-2 pitch now for Mortensen. That one back a little bit inside. So a first batter walk for Brennan Mortensen. Mason Tafoya draws the walk after going down 0-2.
You hate to lose him there. You're up 1-2 in the count, and the other 3 pitches not really close.
Yeah.
He was up 1-2 and then missed way outside, missed in the dirt, and then missed inside. And now the leadoff hitter's on, and that's such a big deal in Legion baseball when teams take advantage of that leadoff hitter on.
Colton McAnally now, the shortstop for Cheyenne, up to the plate. Takes a first pitch strike from Mortensen. McAnally didn't look like he loved that call, but strike 1 nonetheless.
Looks like a slider out of Mortensen, certainly a breaking ball.
Just like McAnally thought that was maybe a bit down. The 0-1 bounce towards Nelson. Nelson throws down to first, but Tafoya over on first is back in time.
Tafoya did a nice job reading that. He red ball in dirt, did not take off. Nelson picks it and throws back to first, but Tafoya back in plenty of time.
The 1-1 for Mortensen. That one another off speed, it looked like. Had McAnally out in front. Didn't even take a hack, but it looked like he was leaning out on his front foot. It's a 1-2 count now for Morton McAnally.
Certainly looking fastball there. Definitely fooled by that pitch.
The 1-2. That one looked pretty good, but probably just a little bit low. So a 2-2 count now from Mortensen to McAnally.
It's a great 1-2 pitch. If it's just out of the zone, see if the hitter will offer for it.
The start of the game, you're kind of testing your boundaries if you're a pitcher a little bit. See what you can kind of get away with. Here comes the 2-2. That one catches the outside corner for strike 3 looking. So a backwards K from Mortensen to McAnally.
That's a big strikeout. You don't get the runner in the scoring position. Strikeout there on the outside corner with a good pitch. Kind of surprised he didn't try to foul that off. McAnally, that ball was definitely close enough to the plate to try to spoil that pitch.
Looked like he was maybe a little fooled a couple times on that in that at bat, but nonetheless a backwards K. Here comes the 0-0 to Zach Constanopoulos, and he fouls that one away to start the AB.
Big kid, Kostopoulos. He's
Big kid, yes.
Big kid, plays first base for Cheyenne. Where's number 21?
Big kids are always playing the corners, right? That's kind of the rule of thumb.
And they hit 3-hole for you.
Exactly, yeah.
Got a little power, you would imagine, hitting in the 3-hole.
Runner's going. Foul off into the glove. And he is out. Tafoya out at second base on the throw down from Dalton Nelson. Good job. Good throw by Nelson. Bounced it in front of second base, but it was a one-hopper. Fielded cleanly and got the tag down to get the runners. So now, runners are running two out there and more.
Yeah, great throw by Nelson. Nice with the turf. You get that hop.
Yeah. Kostopoulos fouls that one back. 0-2 count. Stays 0-2.
Yeah, and Hamrick with a nice tag there. I was thinking when Tafoya was leading off at first, he did not have a very...
Too. That is a good pitch for Mortensen. Half the team for the Troopers started walking off the field on that one. They all thought that was strike three, but ball one nonetheless.
Must not.
When you get, it's usually a good sign. Another one that was this one just inside. The team started walking away again, and now a 2-2 count for Mortensen to Kostopoulos. Here comes the 2-2. One just a little bit high. So now not great from Mortensen. Not exactly working. Going from let's see if we can battle back here and get him out. That one he gets on the inside corner for strike three. So he battles back from going from 0-2 to backwards K to end the top half of the inning. You are listening to Troopers Baseball here on 1410 AM and 106.9 FM KWYO and over on our Sheridan Media web stream on SheridanMedia.com and Sheridan Media Facebook page.
Charlie Eichler here, owner of Auto Connections at 2514 North Main in Sheridan. Business has been terrific since Kim and I moved up to Sheridan permanently 3 years ago. Thank you, Sheridan. Cars, trucks, and SUVs, we have many to choose from. If you need a used car that won't break your budget, come see me. If you have bad credit or no credit, we can help. If you just want to talk baseball, come on by. Auto Connections, 2514 North Main.
Have you been into Sears Hometown Store lately? They have great deals, especially if you buy in bulk and purchase 10 or more appliances within 90 days. If you're a contractor, that means huge savings. They also have deep freezes in stock for the rest of us. Or maybe it's time to upgrade your mower. Well, the friendly staff at Sears can help you find exactly what you're looking for. Locally owned and operated. That's Sears Hometown Store. Big name, small town owners.
Hi, this is DJ Dearcorn of First Federal Bank and Trust, and you are listening to Sheridan Media Sports.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Trooper Baseball here at Trooper Stadium at Ernie Rodolini Field. I always get that mixed up. Ernie Rodolini Field at Trooper Stadium. On the mound today for Cheyenne Post 6 is Bradley Fieser, and like most arms for Cheyenne Post 6, he looks 26 and he throws gas. Welcome to Cheyenne Baseball.
That's how you win 18 championships
exactly
in 22 years or whatever the number is.
You don't become a powerhouse without finding the good players in your town that play baseball.
Yeah, and it obviously helps when you've got 65,000 people to pull from in one team.
Yeah.
But to Cheyenne's credit, they've done a lot with that. Certainly well coached, and their team does the right thing. They play baseball the right way, and that's led to a lot of success for Cheyenne. But again, Sheridan, it looks like it's going to give them a run here this year. At 26-6 and really playing well.
Yeah, Bradley Fieser may look like he's throwing gas, but it does not mean the Sheridan Troopers are going to lay down and take it. First up for the Troopers, Dalton Nelson. First pitch he sees is a strike from Fieser.
Yeah, Nelson playing catcher today.
Yeah, Nelson the catcher. He is
hitting from the left side.
Hitting from the left side. He's hitting .343 on the season. Second pitch he sees is a ball. .343 on the season. .515 on base percentage and an OPS of .901.
You love to see your leadoff hitter over .500 on base percentage.
Yeah.
That's a great way to start a game.
He grounds one right over to third base. Third baseman fields it cleanly and throws it over to first for the first out for the Troopers in the bottom half of the first.
And Nelson just behind that pitch. He was not on time. That pitch was actually inner half of the plate, and he winds up hitting it to third base to not get a lot on that. So, he's upset with himself coming back to the dugout. He knows that's something he could turn on and drive into the right center gap.
And the third baseman for Cheyenne Post 6, Mason Tafoya, playing in a little bit again for Dalton Nelson, and now for the the two-hole batter, which is Michael Greer, and he pops one out into center field, and the center fielder makes the play cleanly for out number 2. That was Michael Greer up to the plate. And one pitch for the Troopers.
Well, and a good start by Feezer. I mean, not very many pitches. 2 outs. He threw 18 pitches in that top half of the first.
Cody Kilpatrick. She sees a little bit low on outside. Leading the team in average, hitting .433, an on-base percentage of .520, and an OPS of 1.09. Second pitch is a little bit outside. Kilpatrick sitting on 2-0 as the 3-hole hitter.
Yeah, and here's you just sit dead red, and you look for something that you can drive into the gap, maybe put one over the fence, but you're looking for your pitch and your spot this count.
Here comes the 2-0 from Feezer. Breaking ball into the zone for strike 1. That ball looked like it broke about 6 feet from up here.
And you see that a lot more now in Legion baseball, where it's a 2-0 count. Historically, that's a fastball, but they're not going to throw that.
1 count. That one looked like another breaking ball that broke into the zone. So a 2-2 count now for Cody Kilpatrick.
Good job by Feezer battling back. Missed location with his fastball, goes to speed, and gets 2 strikes the other way.
2. That one was a fastball inside corner. Cody Kilpatrick fouls off back into the shot. Patrick's got 8 doubles on the season so far this year, and he's got 25 RBIs and 50 runs. He leads the team in runs as well.
Well, that's credit to the guys behind him, right? You get on base, and your 4 and 5 holer drive you in.
2 for the strikeout. So 1, 2, 3 go the Troopers. You are listening to Trooper Baseball here at 1410 AM and 106.9 FM KWIO, or you're watching live over on SheridanMedia.com and on the Sheridan Media Facebook page.
Selling your home or business without a real estate agent can be a lot like baseball. Home runs do happen, but not as much as strikeouts, fouls, or fly balls. What you aren't aware of in your transaction could leave you with possible unexpected issues and could leave you heading back to the dugout. Real estate transactions require a professional. So if you're looking for that, call me, Kim Hall, with ERA Carroll Realty at 520-227-5543. That's 520-227-5543.
Things are shaking at Sunlight Federal Credit Union. They have upped their CD rates and are offering a 1-year CD with a 1.77 APY, a 3-year CD with a 2.28 APY, and a 5-year CD with a 2.79 APY. All require $500 minimum deposit and early withdrawal penalty applies. Let Sunlight help you see your money grow. Stop by their location in Sheridan on Sugarland Drive or take a look online at sunlightfcu.com. Member NCUA and equal housing lender. Sunlight Federal Credit Union, building a brighter future together.
This is Troy Baker with Hammer Chevrolet, and you're listening to Sheridan Media Sports.
And welcome back here to Trooper Baseball here on AM 1410 KWIO and 106.9 FM. If you're listening to the broadcast, you could be watching the broadcast. We have a live video web stream over on SheridanMedia.com and on the Sheridan Media Facebook page you could be checking out. And it is very, very well put together. Shout out to our camera crew and our producer, Steve Schreffler and Dylan. Job so far.
Yeah, what a great thing to be able to watch the game from your home. If you've got something going on tonight and you can't make it to the field, it's great. Great job with it.
Mortensen, first pitch he throws here in the top half of the second is a swinging strike to Dominic Lopez, the 4-hole hitter, out in right field.
Well, Mortensen struggled just a little bit in that top half of the first. See if he rebounds back.
Second pitch he sees, Lopez sees, he lines it out into center field for a base hit. So the first hit of the game comes from Dominic Lopez.
And Mortensen just piped that ball. That ball's in the middle. Lopez does a nice job with it. Nice solid single over the outstretched arm of Cale Hamrick.
Yeah, down the middle, and fastball down the middle is not something to a 4-hole guy like that, and he just lines it over into center field. To Julian Romero, 5-hole hitter, playing left field today, is a ball, a little bit low, so 1-0 count here for Mortensen.
See if Cheyenne will think about sending the runner. I know it's a 4-hole, but they got burned in the first inning with it.
He is going. Dalton Nelson throws down, maybe a little bit high, and Lopez has the steal there.
Yeah, and I think a good throw gets him. Nelson with a good footwork, hopped up.
Yeah.
That ball just floated on him, and the ball, Cale Hamrick jumps up in the air to catch that ball, but it was up the line from the second base. No chance to get him, but I think a good throw. It's definitely a bang-bang play, and they had an opportunity to get the out.
I was going to mention he didn't have a huge lead, but he got that once Mortensen got set, he got a huge secondary and was off and going. The 1-0 is lined into right field, just under the glove of the first baser for the Troopers. The throw home is cut, and the runner does not go around third, so Lopez is held at third base, a single by Romero. So now we got first and third for Cheyenne post 6 with Hayden Swain coming up.
And that's a smart play by Cheyenne. There's no outs. Third base coach is going to go ahead and hold the runner. Cody Kilpatrick attacked that ball, made a nice throw, made it easy for it to cut. There's no sense in making that first out at home when you've got a runner in a scoring position with 0 outs.
So Hayden Swain up to the plate now for Cheyenne post 6. We'll see if these Sixers try to get a guy over to second base with a stolen base here as well. First pitch from Mortensen. That one is a swinging strike. Bit of battle back there by Mortensen after giving up 2 hits. First pitch strike.
You love a strikeout or a double play right here.
Yeah.
A double play, they score a run, but you get out of some trouble. If you get the strikeout, then maybe you get a double play on the next hitter.
The 0-1's fouled back, so a quick 0-2 count. Mortensen.
And here's a pitch, something that is either going to be a ground ball for a double play, or maybe he gets caught looking and strikes out.
You don't want to put it in the dirt per se, just because pass ball could score the runner here. Here comes the 0-2. That one, perfect pitch for Mortensen. High fastball, and Swain couldn't lay off of it for strike 3. So good job by Mortensen.
See Mortensen come inside because Swain, his foot is almost on the inside of the batter's box there. He's way over the plate. Bring it inside and see if he can hit it, and that's what Mortensen did and blew it by him.
Now up to the plate is Keldon Hastings, second baseman for Cheyenne. Mortensen starts him off with off speed that gets a little bit too outside, so ball 1.
Mortensen been a little bit inconsistent there to start the game. Hasn't really just killed the strike zone.
Yeah. The 1-0 pitch from Mortensen. That one's a little bit inside for ball 2. Yeah, it looks like he's kind of punching the outside and the inside corners of the plate. Hasn't really found the precise spot of the zone consistently so far. Here comes the 2-0 from Mortensen. Not a huge lead over at first. That one is lined into center field, and that one's going to get down and bring in a run for Cheyenne post 6. So Lopez starts the inning off with a single, and he comes all the way around, gets a stolen base over to second, singled over to third, and then a single again brings him home. And that is the first run of the game. And it is Cheyenne post 6 first run.
And really not a bad pitch by Mortensen. That ball's down in the zone. Hastings, nice job going down to get it and lifting the center field over the infielder's head. But not a terrible pitch from. It's just why you hate giving up runners on, the leadoff hitters on, because you can make a good pitch and still get hurt.
First pitch from Brendan Mortensen to the new batter, Ethan Riesdorfer, The DH, number 22 for Cheyenne post 6, is a strike. So it's an 0-1 count. Runners on first and second for the for the Sixers. Here comes the 0-1. That one is fouled back into the screen for another strike. The Troopers are wearing their light blue sleeveless with the red undershirts, and the Cheyenne Post 6 Sixers are wearing their straight reds with the cream-colored pants.
Troopers trail by a run, first and second. Let's see if Mortensen can make a really good pitch here, get a double play.
Here comes the pitch. Ooh, that one just missed a little bit low. Now a 1-2 count.
Again, pitch.
Yeah.
That ball, if it missed it, not by much, right? You try to get Cheyenne to chase.
Make the umpire make the decision.
Absolutely, and Riesdorf did not offer at it, but a great 0-2 pitch.
Here comes the 1-2 for Mortensen. That one is a swinging strike, so another strikeout for Mortensen.
Well, 3 singles and 2 strikeouts in the inning, and Mortensen allowing the first 2 batters on to just give up 1 run here in this inning would be a win for the Troopers.
Yep.
Just to trail by 1. But he's got to make good pitches here, and even though it's the 9-hole hitter, white hot.
Yeah, Mortensen's already got 4 Ks on that day. Those are the only damage he's really given up in 1 walk. First pitch from Mortensen to hot. Strike, that one gets in there. And the only time he's had trouble is falling behind in the count, and again, those singles. But it doesn't really matter if it's 1,000 singles or 3 home runs. Sometimes that's damage that needs to be done. The 0-1 from Mortensen. That one is fouled off right towards the Trooper dugout. Probably gave Phil a bit of a heart attack.
Ball came screaming over to the third base dugout for sure. Great pitch by Morrison to get in there, and hitters are standing very close to the plate.
Yeah.
They almost want to either get hit or to.
They're trying to take off the inside part of that plate almost. We'll see what Mortensen comes up with here. Runners on first and second, 2 outs.
And he's really slowed down the pace. Mortensen is pitching very quickly, but with runners on, he's obviously checking runners and making sure they don't run on him. He gets signs from the shortstop to know how many looks to take back at second, but it really has.
The 0-2 from Mortensen high for ball 1 here to Hout. Hout, the center fielder, wearing number 7 today, batting in the 9-hole. And you'd like to see Mortensen in this right here, not see the leadoff man here with the bases loaded, possibly.
Yeah, don't want him to come up to bat this inning.
Yeah. Hout fouls one off over towards the bullpen on the left side, third side. So 2 with 2 outs here in the bottom half of the second inning. Or excuse me, top half of the second inning.
And for Cheyenne, they've got to be happy. 18 pitches in the first inning for Mortensen. We're pushing 20. I believe this is the 20th pitch here in the second inning. So you're getting his pitch count up. The ace for the Troopers, pitch count going up, and may not have a chance to pitch deep into the ball game.
That one is a great pitch from Mortensen. He got a curveball to the glove of Nelson, and it was a called strike 3. That is going to wrap up the top half of the second inning. You are listening to Trooper Baseball here on 1410 AM and 106.9 FM KWYO, or watching live over on SheridanMedia.com and the Sheridan Media Facebook page.
That there 15 Hands Appaloosa is a real trailblazer.
What in the tarnation are you talking about? I don't see no horse.
I ain't talking about no horse, you idiot. I'm talking about the Western-style super premium ice cream from Cowboy Creamery in Sheridan, Wyoming.
Those are names of ice cream from Cowboy Creamery?
Yep, they have amazing ice cream and now have an outdoor eating area offering cone shakes, floats, and treats.
I'm saddling up the 15 Hands Appaloosa and heading out to Cowboy Creamery.
Are you looking for social media management, web development, videography, graphic design, or assistance with grant writing? Then Redinger Technologies is your solution. They can help you change your marketing execution capacity today, leaving you to do what you do best, run your business. Give them a call at 307-285-0105 or find them online at redingertechnologies.com. Redinger Technologies. Let the professionals handle it for you.
This is Dr. Dana Leroy with Leroy Family Dental, and you're listening to Sheridan Media Sports.
Welcome back here to Trooper Baseball. Trooper Field, Ernie. Oh, I did it again. Trooper Stadium, Ernie Rodolini Field. I do that. I'm going to do that every time. Troopers down 1-0 here ahead. Stowe coming up to the plate, the 4-hole hitter for the Troopers. And looks like it's possibly going to be a pitching duel. At least that's what it looks like here to start the game.
Yeah, Mortensen's done a nice job to work out of trouble in the top 2 innings, but he does need to get his pitch count down so they don't have to go to the bullpen early.
First pitch from Feeser to Trevor Stowe is fouled off into the parking lot for strike number 1.
And Troopers have shown a willingness to swing at that first pitch. Or, first pitch might be the best pitch you see. Try to get on him early, but they just haven't capitalized.
The 0-1. That one is grounded over to third base, and Tafoya with an incredible play. Gets the out, gets Trevor Stowe over at first. An incredible diving play from Tafoya. Gets the first out of the inning. And if you're Trevor Stowe, you just kind of shrug your shoulders there. Not much you can do.
No, he did a nice job to stay back on the breaking ball, and he hits it hard. It does hit it into the ground as opposed to a line drive, but he hits it hard down the line. And Tafoya just a step and a dive, and gloves it and makes a strong throw over first.
Feeser, first pitch to Caden Steele, is lined over to the shortstop. Shortstop plays it on hop and makes the play over to first base. Well, quick outs for the Sheridan Troopers here in the bottom half of the second. Phil, you're probably looking to see if these guys maybe take a couple more pitches to see if we can get Feeser out of the game, maybe get deeper into that bullpen, but ball hard or anything like that.
No, they're just jumping
right at people. Feeser, first pitch to Carter Dubberly is a ball a little bit low and inside.
Yeah, and it's kind of a double-edged sword. If you don't get base hits, the pitch.
Second pitch Dubberly sees is a strike. So a 1-1 count to Dubberly from Feeser.
Yeah, Feeser only threw 10 pitches in the first inning. He's only at 6 here. This will be the 6th pitch this inning.
That one is a bit outside. A 2-1 count now to Dubberly. So the 6th pitch is a ball. Here comes the pitch from Feeser to Dubberly. Dubberly grounds one back up the middle towards the shortstop. Shortstop fields it cleanly and throws it over to first for the third out of the bottom half of the inning for the Troopers. So, 3 up, 3 down again for the Troopers. Top half of the third. You are listening to Trooper Baseball here on 1410 AM and 106.9 FM KWYO, and watching live over on SheridanMedia.com and the Sheridan Media Facebook page.
Being a truly great dental practice isn't just about treating patients. It's about finding meaningful ways to serve in your community. Dr. Michelle Meehan encourages you to get involved. Donate to local charities. Serve on a board. Sponsor local events and sports teams. Volunteer your time and give back. Sheridan's a wonderful place with so many awesome nonprofits that could use your time and talents. Dr. Michelle Meehan, sponsoring Sheridan Troopers Baseball on SheridanMedia.com and KWYO.
Some of the best things about business are the connections you make. Whether you're working with people down the block, across the state, or on the other side of the country, Range can help keep your connections strong. I'm Gabe Reese, your Range Business Solutions Specialist. I'm here to make sure your business has the network service, internet, phone system, and video monitoring you need. With Range, you're connected to the best. One company, one network, all for one reason. You. Range.net.
This is Dr. Michelle Meehan, and you're listening to Sheridan Media Sports.
And welcome back here to Trooper Baseball. Trooper Field. Trooper Stadium. Ernie Radolini Field. I'm telling you.
You're going to get it right back.
I'm looking at Ernie Radolini Field out in the outfield, and I do it every time. Top half of the third inning and the top of the lineup for Cheyenne Post 6. Tafoya Sixers. First pitch he sees is that great play over at third base to get the first out of the bottom half of the second inning. See what he can do with the bat here. Second pitch he sees. Swinging strike from Tafoya. He was kind of upset with himself there. You could see it. A little bit high fastball. He swung and missed. If you're Brendan Mortensen, you can't be too disappointed. It's a 1-1 pitch. That one's fouled off back into the screen as well. 5 strikeouts out of the 9 hitters he's faced, and just a walk and a couple singles have been the only damage he's taken so far.
Yeah, and he's had runners on each inning, so a good job to work out of that, only giving up 1 run for the first 2. But I'm sure he'd like to locate just a little bit better when he gets ahead in the count.
Yeah. A 1-2 pitch from Mortensen. That one is a bit outside for ball 2 to Tafoya.
Same story there, 1-2, and that pitch is so far outside that most disciplined hitters are not going to swing at that pitch, so you just cost yourself a pitch instead of something maybe borderline.
The 2-2, that one is flied out into center field. Center fielder going back a little bit, but he gets under it and makes the play. That is Michael Greer out there, Michael Greer, Carter Dubberly, out there in center field for the Troopers, and he makes the play for out number 1, bottom half of the second inning.
Yeah, just a
third,
harmless pop out. He got under it and hit the ball well, but way up in the air, and Dubberly did take a step in before retreating back, but the ball was hit well up into the air, not a line drive, so he had plenty of time to get underneath it and record the first out of the inning.
First pitch that Coulter McAnally sees is fouled back off the stanchion, if you will, for strike number 1.
But Mortensen really needs a quick inning here, so it'd be very good to get a couple more strikes right here. And let's go 1-2-3, no walks, no hits.
Second pitch is a bit high for ball number 1. That fly out from Mason Tafoya was the first official out for the post 6 that wasn't a strikeout since Tafoya got caught stealing back in the first. So that strike 2 from Tafoya on the outside half as well. So a 1-2 count from Brendan Mortensen. And again, love to see, but yeah, like you said, locate maybe a little bit better, and just the singles that the post 6 got here in the top half of the second did hurt him. 1-2 pitches fouled off into the parking lot.
Yeah, and you love strikeouts, but the one thing about a strikeout is it drives your pitch count up.
That's true,
And so you've got to be really efficient with a lot of strikes, or like I say, your count does keep growing, and right now Cheyenne's done a good job of fouling off and making him throw a few extra pitches.
The 1-2 pitch, a little bit inside. It looked like McAnally maybe wanted to swing at that. Check swung a little bit, but inside nonetheless. So a 2-2 count now for Mortensen.
McAnally struck out looking in the first inning, almost a 2 in a row.
Yep. Off speed looks like it got him out on his front foot a little bit, and he fouled that one off towards the third base side. McAnally batting on the right-hand side, like Legaki. Aaron Legaki said, he's backwards K, looking strikeout last time. A pair of shoes, as the Red Sox announcers like to say.
You listen to a lot of Red Sox games?
I'm a Red Sox fan, through and through. The thing is, the Red Sox are playing and they're losing. I won't throw it on, But in my eyes, they're like 58-0. I've watched every one of their wins,
It's a good way to do it.
Yeah. The 3-2 pitch from Mortensen swung on and fouled off back into the screen, so it stays 3-2 to Coulter McAnally.
And really a good at bat. He's seen 8 pitches here, so no matter what happens, he's done his job, right? He's gotten up there. He's fouled off a few pitches that were close. And he's seeing the ball well. He just hasn't put the ball in play. But, again, you're driving that pitch count up. It's going to be 9 pitches here just to this hitter after this next pitch. And
3-2 here from Mortensen. That one bit outside, and he walks McAnally. So now Zach Kostopoulos coming up for the Cheyenne Post 6 Sixers.
Second walk in the game for Mortensen. Second walk given up. Well, 1 out and you trail by a run. And again, we talked about it last inning. Trying to get a double play ball would be ideal here, trying to keep that pitch count down.
We'll see if the Sixers put McAnally on the run here with that double play in play.
And they've attempted a couple steals here today, but you're right, they don't take large leads.
They don't, yeah.
They're just they're relying on a good jump. Got thrown out once, and another time had a chance to be thrown out with a good throw, but Nelson just missed up the line for Sheridan. But none of their base runners are taking large leads.
Yeah. First pitch from Mortensen was a ball, a little bit high. Mortensen checks on the runner over at first, but not that close. So still a 1-0 count to Kostopoulos.
And looks can be deceiving, but Kostopoulos does not look quick. So if you can induce a ground ball, you'd think you'd be able to turn 2.
Comes the 1-0. That one is fouled back off into the screen. It looks like the old additive that if you're fouling it straight back, you're right on the ball, and the Sixers have done that a couple times on Mortensen. So it looks like they're seeing the ball pretty well, just fouling it off a little bit.
Yeah, they don't seem to have been fooled on much.
No.
They've had good takes when they're taking, and
that one is flied into center field. Dubberly is camped under it, came in a little bit, and he makes the play. It's 2 outs now for the Troop, with the 4-hole hitter, Dominic Lopez, coming up to the plate.
And as he says, Kostopoulos was right on that one, too. Again, he just missed it, got underneath that baseball, popped it up into short center field for the second out of the third inning.
Dominic Lopez, responsible for the lone run of the game so far, with the Sixers up 1-0. He got a single, then stole second, and then singled over to third. Got singled over to third, and then singled home. First pitch he sees in his second at bat. It's a swinging strike, so an 0-1 from Mortensen.
It looks like if Mortensen will pause just a little bit longer, he might have an opportunity to pick off the runner over at first.
Yeah.
They're taking a quick secondary. They're not waiting for the leg to lift. And he saw the same.
Yeah.
That call may have come from the dugout. Coach Phillips may have seen it and given a sign to the catcher.
You called the stolen base and you called the pickoff move so far today. You need to go get yourself a lottery ticket, Mr. Lagaki.
I think the odds are a lot worse for the lottery. I think I just lose a couple bucks.
Yeah, I'm not gonna dispute you there. Lopez fouls off the second pitch back into the net, so an 0-2 count for Mortensen. But you never know.
That's true. You can't win if you don't play or something like
danger.
that.
Yeah. Mortensen, an 0-2 count here to Lopez. Coulterman again not getting a huge lead, and that is strike 3. So the runner does not matter. And again, another strikeout for Mortensen gets him out of the inning. Post 6 up 1-0 here going into the bottom half of the third inning. You are listening to Trooper Baseball here on 1410 AM, 106.9 FM KWYO, and streaming live over on SheridanMedia.com and the Sheridan Media Facebook page.
It doesn't matter the weather. It's always grilling season with a Traeger grill. You can grill, smoke, baste, roast, braise, and barbecue, and with temperature controls. No more burned food. Check out the Traeger grills at Blowdorn Lumber in Sheridan. And while you're there, pick up a cookbook and some rubs and sauces, too. Find your new Traeger grill at Blowdorn Lumber, serving Sheridan since 1957.
If you buy it right, then you build it right. When you start with pros, that's Blowdorn Lumber.
Are you a weekend warrior battling a nagging injury? Whether it's biking, hiking, backpacking, or seasonal yard work, don't let those aches and pains become something more. This is Charlotte Walter, physical therapist with Wyoming Rehab. We can help you feel better and get in shape for all of your upcoming endeavors. Give us a call and we'll set you up with a free screen and treatment recommendation for your non-emergent pains. Sheridan Memorial Hospital's Wyoming Rehab, 674-1632.
Hi, this is DJ Dearcorn of First Federal Bank and Trust, and you are listening to Sheridan Media Sports.
And welcome back to Trooper Baseball. Ernie Rodolini Field.
You nailed
Trooper
it.
Stadium.
Nailed it.
Took 3.5 innings, something like that. Finally got it. Bottom half of the lineup here for the Troopers. Cale Hammer coming up first, shortstop, and then Hunter Stone, the DH, and Rich Hall, the left fielder for the Troop. And Bradley Fieser in line for the fabled Maddox. Complete game shutout with under 100 pitches.
And right now he's on pace for that, for sure.
He is on pace for the old Maddox. It's a little different for Legion baseball, only 7 innings, but still, nonetheless. And first pitch that Hamrick sees, he pops into center field, and the center fielder makes the play for out number 1. That is Wyatt Hout out there in center field making the play. So again, first pitch that the Trooper sees, this time Hamrick, and it is flied out, grounded out. It's been kind of the story so far for the Troopers. Not getting a lot of pitches to see so far.
Well, it's an obvious approach from the Troopers to swing early. Fieser's got a really good off-speed stuff, sharp breaking ball, and you know, if you don't line that ball into the gap, a single with it, it leads to low pitch counts.
First pitch that Hunter Stone sees, the DH today, is a strike. The second pitch, that one is bounced. So ball 1, strike 1 for Hunter Stone, the DH, batting from the left-handed side, no batting gloves.
Love the no batting gloves.
See, I never understood that. The ringing's just worse if you don't have any batting gloves.
You got to hit the sweet spot.
I mean, you're right. Hunter Stone hits a little chopper over to the second base. Second baseman flips it over to the first baseman, and number 2 for the first.
Yeah, and right now, Rich Hall. But you're hoping that as they see Feeser a second time, they can start to make his pitch count climb just a little bit, maybe get some runners on, because he has just cruised through the first 8 hitters of this lineup.
Yeah, I don't think the Troopers have gotten past 2 balls, I think, so far. First pitch that Hall sees, he fouls off into the parking lot as well for strike number 1.
And Feeser's gone basically first pitch fastball to everybody. And you understand the Troopers swinging at it. You know, it's a pitch you might be able to drive, but no success so far.
And 0-1 from Feeser is a breaking ball. Almost broke back into the strikes. So 1-1 count now to Hall. Here comes. That one's a fastball, and it is fouled back into the netting. So 1-2 now with 2 outs here in the bottom half of the third.
Well, and Hall's had a couple good swings on the ball, just hasn't been able to put the ball in between the lines.
Yeah, and this would be huge for the Troopers to get that 9-hole hitter on base. 2 outs. He fouls the 1-2 pitch back into the netting again. Keep it 1-2.
Umpire Tim Daniels behind the plate today, needing a few extra baseballs.
He's going to be doing that quite a bit with how many foul balls we're getting so far. The 1-2 from Feeser gets his sign. That one was a breaking ball that Rich Hall just kind of fought off to keep it 1-2. And good at bat again, like you said, by Hall so far, kind of trying to get that pitch count out. This is definitely the most pitches any of the Troopers batters have seen so far.
Absolutely, and a really great job to foul that off because he was fooled a little bit, and he just kept the bat in the zone long enough to foul it away.
And once again, 1-2. That one was a fastball. Daniels looking for balls again, and that one was fouled off by Rich Hall.
Yeah, so you've got to be happy with this at bat. We talked about Cheyenne. There was one of their hitters had a 9-pitch at bat, and same thing here, especially the 9-hole hitter. Here with 2 outs and get something sort of for your leadoff man.
1-2 again. That one just a bit high and outside to make it 2-2 to Rich Hall. That one fouled off again. That one was a breaking ball as well. Keep it 2-2 count from Rich Hall. And Daniels making the trek over for more baseballs.
There's a couple sitting in the on-deck circle. There's probably 5 at the concession stand.
I was gonna say, maybe one lodged into a window over there. Who knows?
A lot of baseballs around the ballpark.
Feeser with the 2-2 gets his sign and wind up. Here we go. That one fouled off again by Hall. Great at bat by Hall.
Yeah, and he's fouled off fastballs. He fouled off breaking balls. Just done a really nice job with Feeser. Making him work here, you know, stand out in the sun a little bit.
And here comes the 2-2 again. That one bounced in front of the plate, so now a 3-2 count to Hall. Fantastic job to work back into a full count. Quick start by Feeser. Here comes the 3-2. That one is lined out into right center field, but the right fielder is camped under it, ready to go, and he makes the out for the 3rd out of the inning. So, Troopers get nothing across, 3 up, 3 down, and we head into the top half of the 4th with the Cheyenne Post 6 Sixers up 1-0. You're listening to Troopers Baseball here on 1410 AM and 106.9 FM KWYO and streaming live on SheridanMedia.com and the Sheridan Media Facebook page.
Have you heard? There's a new local podcast coming called Talk Local, Talk Sheridan. It'll be Sheridan focused, talking with business owners and locals about everything and anything to do with Sheridan. If you're interested in submitting a topic or would like to be on an episode and discuss something to do with Sheridan, then send an email to info@TalkLocalTalkSheridan. And be sure to listen for future updates on Talk Local, Talk Sheridan, including when the first episode will be launching.
Ready for a new career? True Built Builders, Sheridan's leader in custom post-frame buildings and homes for over 24 years, is expanding their workforce and is currently taking applications for all skill levels. You'll work for a community-oriented building company that's been supporting local sports teams, rodeo, FFA, 4-H, and more. You'll be offered a competitive wage depending on your experience with an opportunity for advancement and training. Contact Jim or Brenda at True Built Builders, 752-0631, or email truebuiltjobs@vcn.com.
This is Troy Baker with Hammer Chevrolet, and you're listening to Sheridan Media Sports.
And welcome back to Trooper Baseball. Ernie Radolini Field, Trooper Stadium. Cheyenne Post 6 up 1-0 heading into the top half of the fourth inning. And as the 5, 6, 7 hitters for Cheyenne coming up to the plate, Julian Romero, the left fielder, and Hayden Swain, the catcher, and Keldon Hastings, the second baseman. Julian Romero, last up to the plate, he had an RBI, a single to get his first plate appearance.
Yeah, and this part of the order, toward the bottom of the order, did the damage that cost the Troopers the one run that they trail by in the second inning.
Mortensen still on the bump for the Troopers, and the first pitch he goes with is a fastball. That's a little bit low for ball one.
Mortensen, like I said, he's not really laboring, but he just hasn't been as consistent as I'm sure Coach Ben Phillips or Brennan would like.
Yeah. Mortensen, that one's bounced again. So a 2-0 count now.
And it's been pretty rare that Brennan's fallen behind in the count. What's happened is he's gone 0-2 or 1-2, and then he starts throwing balls.
Yeah.
He hasn't really started very many counts, 1-0, 2-0.
The 2-0, that one, swinging strike from Julian Romero. A good pitch there by Brennan Mortensen. We'll see what he comes with here to Julian Romero, who singled last at bat. That one looped over into foul territory. Left fielder for the Troopers will take a look, but no play to be had. So 2-2 count now for the Troopers.
And again, Romero's, a few Cheyenne hitters have been this way where they're standing up on the plate, the pitch comes inside, and they're just not quick enough to get around on it. That pitch was inside, under the hands, and he fouls it off foul down the left field line.
We'll see what Mortensen comes up with here as well. 2-2 count. Gets his sign, and here comes the pitch. That one is lined into center field. Beverly's got to make a run, and he makes he almost made the play, but it bounces off of his glove. Romero's going to come into second base, sliding head first, and he is safe. Beverly kind of upset with himself there. Missed a play. Probably should have been caught, but it came out of his glove, and you can see he is upset with himself. I'll put that down as... What are you thinking?
It's a tough error, but because it was in the glove, I would call it an error. To his credit, he got a great jump on that baseball. He covered a lot of ground, and that's, when you're an outfielder, that's a tough error to take because he had to cover a solid 90 to 100 feet to get to that ball on a line drive, but it did actually get in his glove and just popped out. He couldn't hang on to it. Like I say, a tough error for an outfielder to take, but I think if I were the official scorekeeper, I would rule that an error.
We will put that down as an E8. Mortensen, first pitch to Hayden Swain is a foul tip strike, and it looks like it struck Dalton Nelson. He is down in a little bit of pain.
Yeah, it looked like it almost caught him on the knee or the foot.
Yeah.
He's laying on the ground. That's not a good sign. He just
got a lot of protection there for a catcher, but those thigh areas can kind of get nicked, and that top of knee area can get nicked as well. It's a little bit dangerous. We're going to take a quick break as we take a peek on Nelson. You're listening to 1410 AM and 106.9 FM KWYO.
There aren't many faces people are excited to see first thing in the morning before they've even had their coffee. But the McDonald's drive-thru workers who take your order on the way to work have almost all of those faces.
Get your $1 any size hot coffee with caramel paired with a sausage McMuffin. Right now, buy one sausage McMuffin and get another one for just $1. Price and participation may vary. Valid for item of equal or lesser value. Cannot be combined with any other offer.
Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
Raise your hand if you're looking forward to spring or summer. All of us at Kilpatrick Creations certainly are. Family reunions, fundraising events, third Thursdays. Lots of opportunities for custom t-shirts, hats, and promo gear. Whatever you need to outfit your event coming up, Kilpatrick Creations is your... This for you.
This is Dr. Dana Leroy with Leroy Family Dental, and you're listening to Sheridan Media Sports.
And welcome back to Trooper Baseball. Ernie Radolini Field, Trooper Stadium. Looks like Nelson is going to be staying in the game. Got up and walked it off a little bit. Looks like he's doing okay. It looked like it nicked him in the top of the knee area. again, one of those places just kind of, you have all that gear on as a catcher, but the one place that they don't really do is the very top of the knee and those thigh areas.
Yeah, and hard pitch, fouled off directly off the leg. And it's definitely the right side, probably that top of the knee, like you said. But catchers are tough.
Yeah, you can't be a catcher if you're not tough. And Nelson's staying in there, and he's ready to go. So 0-1 count to Hayden Swain. Mortensen taking a peek on Julian Romero. Swain fouls one off into the parking lot for strike 2. Hayden Swain got a pretty decent lead out there over on second base. So wouldn't be surprised if we saw a pickoff move from Mortensen as well here.
Yeah, Hamrick, the shortstop, starting behind the runner, which is right where he should be, kind of the back pocket, so to speak. And if he feels like he needs to go, he's going to give an open glove sign, and they're going to try to pick.
Mortensen holding on the runner again. Here comes the pitch. That one just a bit outside. And Romero getting a giant secondary. He's almost halfway to third base by the time he stops with his secondary lead. I would say, usually pitchers, when I was pitching anyways, me and my shortstop would have a signal for a pickoff move or something like that. I'm surprised we haven't seen it yet.
Yeah, and Cale is, the Hamrick, the shortstop's giving signs, but he hasn't opted to give the pick just yet.
That one is popped into center field. Redemption shot here for Dubberly. Sky high. Dubberly camped under it, though, and he makes the play. So, out number 1 for the Troopers after the E8 to start the inning. Runner on second base. And Keldon Hastings coming to the plate for Cheyenne Post 6.
And that ball was hit a mile in the air.
Yeah.
Hit, I mean, right on time. Anytime the ball goes into center, you know you're right on time. But that ball, Dubberly was able to camp under it for a long time. It's a good thing he did not get a hold of that squared up, because that ball would have still be going.
That would still be going, yeah. Hitting the police station behind center field. Runner on second is running. Dalton Nelson makes the throw down. And a good stop there by the third baseman to keep that from going out into the outfield. It was bounced there, but a good stop there by Michael Greer to prevent that from happening.
And Nelson really had no shot at that. That's a great jump out there. And he spent enough time at second base to really time up Mortensen. And, Nelson really had no shot. Good job by Greer just to put a glove on that ball and to save it from going into left field and giving another run to Cheyenne.
If you're Ben Phillips, I wouldn't be surprised once this inning is over to see, as we get a ball from Mortensen here to Keldon Hastings. I wouldn't be surprised if Ben Phillips kind of told Mortensen, hey, don't be afraid to pick off that guy if he's getting those gigantic leads like that. Kind of keep him honest, because, like I said, Romero was getting those big secondary leads, just timing up Mortensen, and it paid off in the end. That one is popped into center field. Right center field going to be a tough play, and that's going to land in the gap. So Romero's going to score, and Hastings is going to get a head-first slide into second base for an RBI double. And not as great of a jump for Dubberly or Cody Kilpatrick there. That one was straight up in the gap. And regardless, I don't know if either one of those guys were going to get to that. Looked like Dubberly was fighting the sun as well this time of day. And of course, you're going to be fighting the sun with the way this field is kind of set up. RBI double from Hastings nonetheless.
Yeah, he just put it in the perfect spot. Ball was popped up a little bit, but I don't think anybody's getting to that ball. He just, like I said, it just split the gap between center and right field.
Yeah. So, one out. Another runner on second again. Traded places. The runner is going again. Dalton Nelson throws down to third base, and Greer could not stop that one. The left fielder, Rich Hall, is going to come up throwing. He throws it down to Dalton Nelson, and it comes out of Dalton Nelson's glove. He is upset with himself. That would have been an out for sure. Great throw by Hall there, but a run for Cheyenne Post 6 nonetheless on the stolen base. And then the error by Michael Greer not to get a glove on that brings home the runner from second base.
Yeah, and I don't know if Nelson's more upset with his throw down to third or with not catching Hall's throw from left, because they did have him out at the plate. A good throw also gets him at third base.
Yeah, absolutely.
He didn't get nearly the jump that
Romero
got.
So now 3-0 for Cheyenne Post 6. No runners on. Top of the fourth inning here. And Ethan Riesdorfer is up to the plate. That ball is catched the outside corner, and that is strike 3 to Ethan for the second out of the inning.
Well, a little uncharacteristic out of the Troopers' defense. You know, we talked to be 26-6, you've got to have solid defense and have good at bats. And Dubberly's error out in center was a very tough error. Some scorekeepers may rule that a hit, but that allows a runner to get on second, steal third, then a double goes, and great effort by Nelson. Holy cow!
One into the foul territory, and Dalton Nelson makes a diving play halfway up the third base line. A fantastic play. Kind of redeems himself there for the miscue with the throw from Hall and the throw down to third base, and that was a great play halfway up the third base line from Dalton Nelson. So we get the bottom half of the fourth coming up for the Troopers. You are listening to Trooper Baseball here on 1410 AM and 106.9 FM KWYO and on SheridanMedia.com and at the Sheridan Media Facebook page.
Charlie Eisler here, owner of Auto Connections at 2514 North Main in Sheridan. Business has been terrific since Kim and I moved up to Sheridan permanently 3 years ago. Thank you, Sheridan. Cars, trucks, and SUVs, we have many to choose from. If you need a used car that won't break your budget, come see me. If you have bad credit or no credit, we can help. If you just want to talk baseball, come on by. Auto Connections, 2514 North Main.
Have you been into Sears Hometown Store lately? They have great deals, especially if you buy in bulk and purchase 10 or more appliances within 90 days. If you're a contractor, that means huge savings. They also have deep freezes in stock for the rest of us. Or maybe it's time to upgrade your mower. Well, the friendly staff at Sears can help you find exactly what you're looking for. Locally owned and operated. That's Sears Hometown Store. Big name, small town owners.
This is Dr. Michelle Meehan, and you're listening to Sheridan Media Sports.
And welcome back here to Trooper Baseball at Ernie Radolini Field, Trooper Stadium. It is the bottom half of the fourth inning. Casper is leading 3-0 and is the top half of the lineup for the Troopers. Dalton Nelson coming to the plate, Michael Greer, the two-hole hitter, and then Cody Kilpatrick in the hole. Dalton Nelson got grounded out to the third baseman back in the first inning for the first out of the ball game.
Yeah, that's a tough inning for the Troopers, that last half of the inning. To give up 2 runs that really shouldn't have crossed the plate, and the way Fieser's throwing, 3 runs is going to be tough to get, but it is the second time through the order, so maybe they can get something started.
Yeah. And again, Dalton Nelson swinging first pitch and fouls that one off over to the left side for strike number 1.
And I was kind of wondering if Fieser would throw a few more breaking balls, being that it's the second time through the order, and he started basically everybody fastball, but did not do that with Nelson.
Yeah. Second pitch that Nelson sees is a ball on the outside corner for ball 1. So a 1-1 count here to Nelson from Bradley Fieser. Fieser throwing a gem so far.
Perfect.
Yep, literally. But until now, Dalton Nelson lines one into center field for a base hit. First hit of the day for the Troopers. And it is a single into center field. Good job by Nelson just to bloop that. Not really bloop that, I guess. Line that over into center field for the first hit of the game.
Yeah, a fastball that caught a lot of the plate, and Nelson was ready for it, and a nice piece of hitting, drive that ball into center. And now, we talked about it in the first inning when Cheyenne got a runner on, the leadoff hitter on. It's such an advantage because you can do so many things between stealing bases. Legion teams don't field the ball perfectly, so you have a great opportunity to score.
Michael Greer up to the plate now for the Troopers. First ball he sees is a ball on the outside corner for a 1-0 count.
It's an old statistic, but they said for high school baseball, when the leadoff hitter gets on, it's something like 72 or 76% of the time they score. It's very, very high.
Second pitch that Michael Greer sees, that's a breaking ball. Catches the outside corner for strike 1, so a 1-1 count to Michael Greer. Michael Greer so far this season hitting .395, .591 on base percentage, and a 1.079 OPS. Also slugging .488 as well. Pickoff move by Fieser, and that is a punch to the gut for the Troopers. Gets Dalton Nelson leading off first base, just leaned a little bit too far, and it was a great pickoff move by Fieser nonetheless, and gets Nelson. So now base is empty with 1 out, 1 ball, 1 strike to Michael Greer. Pitch he sees. That's a strike. Another breaking ball. Looks like it fooled Greer a little bit for strike 2.
Just too many mistakes from the Troopers this game thus far. Looked like Nelson was going to be stealing, but he got picked off.
Yeah. And the 1-2 count is a breaking ball. That is strike 3, swung on and missed by Michael Greer. So 2 up, 2 down per se for the Troopers, and Cody Kilpatrick coming to the plate, the 3-hole hitter, and playing right field.
I feel like the Troopers might have a little life, and then it was just stolen from them with that pickoff of first at Nelson. And like I say, just a rough day. A few errors from the Troopers, just not that solid fundamental baseball they typically play.
Cody Kilpatrick hits one into center field, and the center fielder is camped right under it for out number 3. So 3 up, 3 down once again from the Troopers against Cheyenne Post 6. So Sixers leading 3-0 going into the top half of the 5th. You're listening to Trooper Baseball here on 1410 AM and 106.9 FM KWYO, and watching live over on SheridanMedia.com and the Sheridan Media Facebook page.
Selling your home or business without a real estate agent can be a lot like baseball. Home runs do happen, but not as much as strikeouts, fouls, or fly balls. What you aren't aware of in your transaction could leave you with possible unexpected issues and could leave you heading back to the dugout. Real estate transactions require a professional. So if you're looking for that, call me, Kim Hall with ERA Carroll Realty at 520-227-5543. That's 520-227-5543.
Things are shaking at Sunlight Federal Credit Union. They have upped their CD rates and are offering a 1-year CD with a 1.77 APY, a 3-year CD with a 2.28 APY, and a 5-year CD with a 2.79 APY. All require $500 minimum deposit and early withdrawal penalty applies. Let Sunlight help you see your money grow. Stop by their location in Sheridan on Sugarland.
Game. He is at 74 pitches. He's not pitched poorly.
Yeah.
It's been a little bit inconsistent, something you wouldn't expect from Brennan. And first pitch there is a ball high and away.
Yeah, probably too many pitches for Mortensen so far. Just not as consistent, like you said, as you'd like to see.
And he's got to deal with the Cheyenne leadoff hitter for the 3rd time in the game, and he gets a hold of one out to left, but not quite to the warning track. Underneath it is Rich Hall, makes the easy play for out number 1. And for the Troopers, they'd really love Mortensen to have a quick inning, go in there. You've got 4 or 5 in the bottom half of the inning, and try to get this to a 1-run or 2-run ball game.
Yeah.
3-0 is certainly not. It's not something that you can't overcome.
It's not insurmountable,
but Feeser is throwing very well, and the Troopers haven't shown that they can hit him real well. So, they're down to 3 chances. So Mortensen needs a quick inning here. And pitch 1 popped up to the third baseman Greer. McNally's had a rough day so far with a looking strikeout, and he missed that pitch. He's probably mad at himself as he walks back to the dugout. Greer makes the play.
He's had a couple where it looked like he was out on his front foot, where he just leaned out and kind of tapped it. And that was one of those where he just popped out over to Michael Greer.
So great start to the inning for Mortensen. Gets a pop out to left, gets a pop out to third baseman Michael Greer, and up to bat is Zach Kostopoulos, the first baseman, also the 3-hole hitter for Cheyenne.
And you said quick inning, and it looks like it's going that way so far for Brennan Mortensen.
Pitch 1 outside, but called a strike. Outside corner there for Mortensen. So gets ahead of Kostopoulos.
Kostopoulos is struck out looking. He flew out to center field back in the 3rd inning, and he struck out looking back in the 1st.
Pitch on its way, outside. Similar spot, a couple inches further out, so it runs the count to 1-1. And Mortensen has picked up the pace here. You know, you get 2 quick outs in an inning, and it's kind of nice to, or you kind of just get a little bit of energy.
Yeah. Wants to get back in the dugout.
Kicks his leg, delivers, and that's another high pop-up, this time to Dubberly out in center field. Dubberly under it, and that's a nice quick inning from Brennan Mortensen, something the Troopers needed. Troopers trail 3-0 headed into the bottom half of the 5th inning. Coming up for Cheyenne As we flip the book over to their side, or coming up for Sheridan, rather, will be Trevor Stowe, Caden Steele, and Carter Dubberly. You were listening to Trooper Baseball on KWIO and 106.9 FM.
That there 15 hands Appaloosa is a real trailblazer.
What in the tarnation are you talking about? I don't see no horse.
I ain't talking about no horse, you idiot. I'm talking about the Western-style super premium ice cream from Cowboy Creamery in Sheridan, Wyoming.
Those are names of ice cream from Cowboy Creamery?
Yep, they have amazing ice cream and now have an outdoor eating area offering cones, shakes, floats, and treats.
I'm saddling up the 15 hands Appaloosa and heading out to Cowboy Creamery.
Are you looking for social media management, web development, videography, graphic design, or assistance with grant writing? Then Renninger Technologies is your solution. They can help you change your marketing execution capacity today, leaving you to do what you do best, run your business. Give them a call at 307-285-0105 or find them online at RenningerTechnologies.com. Renninger Technologies. Let the professionals handle it for you.
This is Troy Baker with Hammer Chevrolet, and you're listening to Sheridan Media Sports.
Welcome back to Thornton Rider Stadium, Ernie Rodolini Field. Sheridan Troopers trail Cheyenne Post 6-6ers 3-0. It's the bottom half of the fifth coming up for the Troopers. Trevor Stowe, Caden Steele, Carter Dubberly, and this is an important inning, James. The down 3 runs, you've got 4, 5, 6 up, a bunch of good hitters. Bradley Feeser, the pitcher for Cheyenne, has only thrown 40 pitches through 4 innings.
Definitely in play for a Maddox then.
Yeah, he's just pounding the strike zone. He's given up 1 hit, hasn't walked anybody, only struck out 2, but pounding the strike zone, and the Troopers hitters have shown a willingness to go after the first pitch or the second pitch. They just haven't had a lot of success with it. So second time through the order, this will be Stowe's second at bat. Grounded out to third in his first at bat. Feeser winds up and fires. This is low and away for ball 1.
If you're looking for a guy to get you going, Stowe is probably the right dude to look at. He's hitting .430 on the year, 1.335 OPS, and slugging .791. Also 4 home runs on the season.
Feeser delivers. Outside pitch, driven down the right field line. Probably going to wind up foul, but a great play over there by Dominic Lopez. Holy cow. He covered a lot of ground, laid out, caught it with his left.
I thought that was getting down for sure. Trevor Stowe's had a couple of at-bats this game where he's hit the ball hard. Great play by a Cheyenne player, and he just got to go back to the dugout shrugging his shoulders like, what more do you want me to do?
Yeah, he was robbed by Tafoya on a hard ground ball down the line. Tafoya laid out and threw him out, and that time Lopez travels a long way and catches the ball in foul territory while diving.
Yeah,
so
that's tough.
It's a tough day for Trevor Stowe. Yeah. Pitch number 1 is a strike from Feeser. He winds and delivers. Breaking ball. That ball's hit down the right field line. Same spot. Lopez gives chase, and he makes another catch, this time right at the line, and this time he does not have to dive, but Caden Steele out with a fly out to right.
Lopez getting a workout in now. I mean, had to cover a lot of ground there as well. No dive this time, but
yeah,
he was on a full sprint again.
He's playing a good 75 feet off the right field line and caught, like we said, 1 in foul territory while diving, and that one was right on. His feet were on the foul line, and he caught, and it's 2 outs for the Troopers. Feeser delivers. Pitch is low.
Lopez with a nice marquee game so far. He's got one of the runs for the Cheyenne Post 6-6ers. He got a single and then stole the base, got over to third on a single, and then got home on a single as well.
Dubberly at the plate for the Troopers. Pitch on its way. He swings through that one. 1-1 is the count. Again, Troopers trail by 3 on the range scoreboard. It's 3-0, bottom of the 5th inning. Cheyenne playing Dubberly pretty much straight up in the outfield and the infield. Breaking ball catches the outside corner, so now it's 1-2 to Dubberly. He grounded out to shortstop.
And that curveball from Feeser looks like it's given the Troopers trouble all day. That thing breaks a lot.
Nice sharp break.
Yeah.
And an off-speed pitch looks like a changeup right over the plate, and Dubberly grounds out to first. So a quick inning from the Troopers, as that'll go down as a 3 unassisted. First baseman fields it. Troopers trail by 3. We're headed to the top of 6. You're listening to Trooper Baseball on 1410 KWIO and 106.9 FM.
Being a truly great dental practice isn't just about treating patients. It's about finding meaningful ways to serve in your community. Dr. Michelle Meehan encourages you to get involved. Donate to local charities, serve on a board, sponsor local events and sports teams, Volunteer your time and give back. Sheridan's a wonderful place with so many awesome nonprofits that could use your time and talents. Dr. Michelle Meehan, sponsoring Sheridan Troopers Baseball on SheridanMedia.com and KWYO.
In today's competitive landscape, Range knows your business's connection is everything. We're prepared for your tomorrow and beyond as we are your one-vendor solution to providing stronger customer connections. I'm Gabe Reese, your Range Business Solution Specialist. Whether it's network services, internet, or phone and camera systems, I'm ready to help ensure your business is equipped with comprehensive, top-of-the-line technology business class services. One company, one network. All for one reason, you. Visit range.net today.
Oh, sorry.
And welcome back to Thorn Rider Stadium, Ernie Rodolini Field. Sheridan Troopers trail in the first game of a doubleheader against Cheyenne Post 6, 3-0. It's the top of the sixth inning. And the Troopers just have not been able to get anything going offensively. And on the other hand, Cheyenne has pitched just a wonderful game, Bradley Fieser, and they've played solid defense behind him, and it's led to one hit for the Troopers. And Troopers go ahead and make a change. They're going to bring Dylan Greeno-Groom into the game at pitcher. Mortensen will exit. Had a decent game, but he wasn't able to capitalize when he got ahead of the Cheyenne hitters, and that ran his pitch count up. And Cheyenne did a nice job of capitalizing on a couple errors, and as well as getting the counts in their favor. After they would fall behind, they'd run it 2-2 or 3-2 and be able to get runs across. And Dominic Lopez, who made two nice plays out there in right field, leads off the inning for Post 6. Fastball inside, fouled straight back by Lopez. He singled and scored. He also struck out in the third inning.
Yeah, a couple of the miscues from the Troopers have hurt Mortensen just throughout the game. And, 3-0 with, Fieser has pitched incredible, and that's just looked pretty insurmountable for the Troopers.
Looked like a slider from Greeno. Ground ball to Hamrick. Hamrick, nice play. Able to throw out Lopez. Lopez got down the line quickly, but it goes down in the book as a 6-3 ground ball as Hamrick gets the ball over to first base. So good job from Greeno-Groom to start out ahead, get a ground ball, try to get the Troopers back. They've got to do something offensively when they get to the plate.
Mortensen, if you're Mortensen's 7 strikeout game is not something you really want to shake your head at, but again, just a couple of the miscues really hurt him in the end.
Off-speed pitch from Greeno-Groom is a strike to Romero. Romero's singled and got on base on a well-hit ball into center that we ruled as an error on Carter Dubberly, but it's a tough error to take.
Yeah.
Second pitch on its way. That ball's slightly up. 1-1's the count.
Yeah, like you said, it was in his glove and kind of just popped out. Troopers have had a couple of those so far today. Nelson kind of had a similar issue with the ball being thrown down from Rich Hall.
And that ball's in the dirt. 2-1 rather is the count to the 5-hole hitter for Cheyenne, Julian Romero. Again, Troopers trail 3-0 on the Range scoreboard. It's the top of 6. This is the first game of a doubleheader. We're going to do the second game about a half hour after this first one ends. Fastball inside, driven down the left field line. Rich Hall covers a lot of ground, dives, and that is a great play by Rich Hall out there in left.
A couple of really good plays by both teams here today. Lopez with those plays over in right field earlier. We had a diving catch from a catcher, Dalton Nelson, up the third base line. Great play by Rich Hall there. It's been a web gym-filled day so far.
A lot of diving plays. Tafoya had a diving play in the first inning, or second inning, rather. Dove on the third base line and picked it up, threw Trevor Stowe out. So 2 quick outs for Dylan Greeno-Groom. He delivers, and that's a breaking ball for a strike to Hayden Swain, the catcher for Cheyenne.
Greeno-Groom has been the second most used pitcher for the Troopers so far this season in terms of innings pitched, 35 2/3 innings so far this season.
Groom with a fastball. That one just misses, maybe a touch-up. So 1-1's the count.
Greeno's got 38 strikeouts, 13 walks, 2.159 ERA.
Good velocity from the left side.
Yep.
He kicks, fires. That ball catches a lot of the plate, but it's hit out to right field and gloved. That's out number 3 for the Troopers in a nice quick inning. Well, he comes into the game and he does his job. Gets 3 up, 3 down.
Yep.
Gives the Troopers an opportunity to score. They've got 2 at-bats left. We go to the bottom of the 6th with the Troopers trailing 3-0. You're listening to Trooper Baseball on 1410 KWYO and 106.9 FM.
Sheridan's oldest continuous lumber company, Blowdorn Lumber, is open 7 days a week for your convenience. 7:30 to 6 during the week, Saturdays from 8 to 5, and Sundays from 9 to 2. Have questions about your home project, new construction, or tools? Stop by Blowdorn Lumber in Sheridan. They're always happy to help you out. Blowdorn Lumber, located at 860 Riverside Street, or call them at 307-672-2471. Serving Sheridan since 1957.
Are you a weekend warrior battling a nagging injury? Whether it's biking, hiking, backpacking, or seasonal yard work, don't let those aches and pains become something more. This is Charlotte Walter, physical therapist with Wyoming Rehab. We can help you feel better and get in shape for all of your upcoming endeavors. Give us a call and we'll set you up with a free screen and treatment recommendation for your non-emergent pains. Sheridan Memorial Hospital's Wyoming Rehab, 674-1632.
This is Dr. Dana Leroy with Leroy Family Dental, and you're listening to Sheridan Media Sports.
And welcome back, everybody. James Timberlake alongside Aaron Lagaki. We are at Thorn Rider Stadium, Ernie Rautolini Field. The Troopers trail in the bottom half of the sixth, 3-0 to Cheyenne Post 6 Sixers. And Troopers really need to get something going. Now, they have the bottom of their order up at 7-8-9. It's Cale Hamrick, Hunter Stone, and he'll be followed by Rich Hall. But if you can get two runners on and turn it over to the top of your order...
Yeah, that would be ideal.
That would be... I mean, if you're Coach Phillips, that would be... You'd be super pleased with that, to go to the top of the order with one out.
At the very least, you want to try to get one across here, so you're not trying to get all three back in the bottom of the seventh.
Of course, that'll be a challenge with Bradley Fieser on the mound. He's throwing hard, he's throwing strikes, and the Troopers just have not been able to capitalize on it. They've had one hit all day.
Yeah, one hit, and then that was Dalton Nelson.
Fieser winds and starts with a breaking ball to Cale Hamrick, and we've not seen many of those. We haven't seen him start 0-0 with a breaking ball, but that was a pitch on the outer half for strike one.
And it's surprising. He's got a really good breaking ball from what it looks like up here in the press box, and clearly it's worked so far from the few times that he's gone to it.
Yeah, and sometimes you know that going in, and that's why the Troopers have been so aggressive, swinging at fastballs early. But he just has not had to use his off-speed much, and it's a 1-1 count to the shortstop Hamrick. Fieser gets the sign, kicks his leg, fires home. That ball's outside.
And Dalton Nelson was the only hit of the day so far, and he got the fourth inning going with a single, and then he was picked off, and that felt like a gut punch for the Troopers back in the fourth.
Yeah, and with that said, they have, as a ball is fouled back by Hamrick to run the count to 2-2. Fieser's faced the minimum. Yep. We're in the sixth inning. He's thrown, prior to this inning, he had thrown 47 pitches. He's thrown 4 to Hamrick. So he's at 51 pitches through 5 innings, which is just, you can't ask for better than that. Yeah. 15 pitches an inning is ideal, and he's below 10. Hamrick does a nice job of fouling off that breaking ball to keep the count at 2-2. Hamrick definitely fooled there. He was able to...
Just battled it off.
Absolutely.
Fought it off. That's all you can ask for, a 2-2 count, really.
And that's all you want to do as a hitter. If you're looking for a certain pitch in a certain spot, anything close, foul it off, and wait until the pitcher makes a mistake.
Hamrick hitting .294 on the season so far with an .851 OPS and a .400 slugging.
Fieser delivers. That ball's on the outer half of the plate, hit over to Lopez in right, and Lopez covers the ground. And that was the easiest of his 3 plays so far today out there in right. He made 2 really nice plays last inning, and Hamrick not a bad at bat.
Nope.
Not a lot you can do with that pitch.
Fouled off a couple, and it looks like he was maybe a little late on that last pitch that he hit out into right field. But again, Fieser kind of throwing a bunch of different type of junk, and then you kind of just have to take what you can get.
So Hunter Stone to the plate. Fieser delivers. That ball's down the middle, and Stone just missed it. Fouls it away a little bit behind the pitch.
Stone hitting .231 on the season so far, .625 OPS, and a .231 slugging. Hasn't had a whole lot of plate appearances, just 33 so far this season.
Fieser delivers, and that's ball 1. Runs the count to 1-1. Stone hitting from the left side. He's got that hockey hair coming out of his helmet.
Yeah. The flow.
Salad, as they say.
Yep.
Off-speed pitch, and boy, that was a good pitch. Called a ball.
Yeah, Fieser not happy with that one. Neither was the catcher, really, and that probably should have been a strike.
Yeah. And Tim Dennis has done a nice job behind the plate today, and everybody's human. He did miss that one, and then Fieser jams Stone. Play over in the hole for the shortstop, fires over to first, and that's a nice play by Coulter McAnally for out number 2 for Cheyenne. And Stone just could not get the bat head to that pitch.
Not much you can do about that. That was a good play. That maybe is over just maybe 3 or 4 inches in the hole. That's making the hole in between third base and shortstop, and the Troopers have one on. But nonetheless, McAnally, a good play there.
It's 2 outs, and the 9-hole hitter, Rich Hall, at the plate. Feeser delivers. Hall swings through first pitch, fastball. Troopers trail 3-0 on the range scoreboard. It's the bottom of the 6th. Of course, the doubleheader, we're playing 7 innings today, so next inning will be the final inning the Troopers have. Hall, who had just an absolutely great at-bat back in the 3rd, he wound up flying out into right, but he saw 10 pitches, just really spoiled a lot of pitches, made Feeser work, but is down 0-2. Feeser delivers. That ball's on the outside corner and popped up to second, and that's a fly out to the second baseman for Cheyenne, Keldon Hastings. Haven't called his name much today. So the Troopers will go to the top of the 7th, trailing by 3 on your range scoreboard. We'll take a short break and come back. You're listening to Trooper Baseball on 1410 KWYO and 106.9 FM.
Have you heard? There's a new local podcast coming called Talk Local, Talk Sheridan. It'll be Sheridan focused, talking with business owners and locals about everything and anything to do with Sheridan. If you're interested in submitting a topic or would like to be on an episode and discuss something to do with Sheridan, then send an email to info@talklocaltalksheridan. And be sure to listen for future updates on Talk Local, Talk Sheridan, including when the first episode will be launching.
Ready for a new career? Truebuilt Builders, Sheridan's leader in custom post-frame buildings and homes, for over 24 years is expanding their workforce and is currently taking applications for all skill levels. You'll work for a community-oriented building company that's been supporting local sports teams, rodeo, FFA, 4-H, and more. You'll be offered a competitive wage depending on your experience with an opportunity for advancement and training. Contact Jim or Brenda at Truebuilt Builders, 752-0631, or email truebuiltjobs@vcn.com.
This is Dr. Michelle Meehan, and you're listening to Sheridan Media Sports.
And welcome back to Thorn Rider Stadium, Ernie Rodolini Field. I'm Aaron Lagaki alongside James Timberlake, where the Sheridan Troopers trail 3-0 to Cheyenne, the Cheyenne Sixers. It's the top of the 7th inning, so this is the final inning, unless, of course, it goes extra innings if the Troopers are able to push 3 across in the bottom half of the inning. Dylan Greeno-Groom is back on the mound for his 2nd inning. He came in relief of Brennan Mortensen. Greeno-Groom pitches from the left side, gets his sign, fires home and drills him. Just a hit batter. That's Keldon Hastings, the second baseman.
Not the way you want to start.
No, and Greeno-Groom had a great 6th inning.
Yeah.
Came out there through very few pitches, hit the strike zone, got Cheyenne out 1-2-3, and that one he just hung on to the fastball too long and drilled Hastings. So leadoff hitter on for the Troopers with the DH Ethan Riesdorfer at the plate, and Riesdorfer, like many of the Cheyenne hitters, stands very close to the plate. Greeno-Groom gets a sign, squares around to bunt, does Riesdorfer, fouls it away for strike 1.
Riesdorfer looking to avoid the 3-strikeout day today. He's got 2 strikeouts, 1 in the 2nd and 1 in the 4th.
1 swinging, 1 looking.
Yep. Yes, sir.
So Riesdorfer gets the sign from the third base coach. Hastings gets his lead.
And not a huge lead by Hastings. They get that big secondary lead. We'll see how much bigger it gets with the lefty on the mound as he picks off towards Hastings there.
And Groom, picks just right over to first.
Yep. Wasn't trying to get him or anything, just trying to let him know that he's there. You know, he knows that Greeno-Groom knows that Hastings is there.
So Dylan looks in, gets a sign from Nelson. Riesdorfer squares again. Pitch on the way. That's a fastball, and it's fouled away too. And that's frustrating. If you're a coach, you've got your 8-hole hitter at the plate. You're asked to bunt because you got the leadoff man on, and 2 good pitches to bunt, and neither one of them came close to being a fair ball.
Yeah.
Now, sometimes a coach will just prove a point and say, I don't care, you're bunting here again. So Michael Greer needs to be aware of that. It's an 0-2 count. Greeno-Groom gets a sign, looks in, checks the runner at first, lifts his leg, goes back to first, and easily back is Hastings for Cheyenne.
Yeah, Michael Greer over at third, playing maybe a little bit further back with the 0-2 count, but still not as far back as you'd normally see him. Still anticipating the bunt here.
Groom lifts his leg and fires home. Riesdorfer not bunting, instead he strikes out. Swinging, so he's got the hat trick today. 3 strikeouts.
Yep.
And a big out for Greeno Groom. You want to keep this score at 3-0. You want to give your offense a chance, and even though they haven't looked good, and Feeser has looked really good on the mound for Cheyenne, you certainly don't want to give up a cheap run here. 3 runs is not insurmountable, but as well as Feeser's throwing, it's going to be hard. So Greeno Groom's got to keep Cheyenne here at 3-0.
It's going to be the hardest 3 runs that the Troopers are going to have to come across they probably have had this year.
Greeno Groom starts off the 9-hole hitter Wyatt Hott with a strike. He's the center fielder. He's also struck out today looking, and then popped up to Nelson. Nelson made that great diving play from the catcher's position in foul territory to get the out.
Yeah, up the third base line.
Pitch on its way. It's hit to left field. That's going to drop in front of Hall. Hall picks it up, and the runner moves to second. Hastings does. So Cheyenne with runners at first and second and 1 out. They lead 3-0 in the top of the 7th inning, and that's a big at bat because it turns it over to the top of the order. Mason Tafoya, the third baseman.
That's a great hit there by Hout with the ball coming in, and he just kind of fists it over into left center, into left field, right in front of Hall. And now runners on first and second for the top of the order.
Tafoya's pulled the ball twice to left, doesn't have a hit to show for it. He also walked back in the first. As we said, go ahead.
Tafoya, again, sitting very close to the plate, and it looks like he starts off with a little relaxed swing and then kind of gets down into his motion.
Greeno Groom misses first pitch off speed, up high. Tafoya takes that. 1-0 is the count.
Yeah, if you're a pitcher, that is not where you want to be missing a curveball, is up high in the zone like that. Even if it is a ball, if somebody gets a hold of that, that's going a long way.
Greeno Groom delivers. That ball's inside and possibly down for ball 2. So 2-0 is the count as he falls behind the leadoff hitter for the Sixers. Tafoya looks down to the third base coach. Runners are at first and second. You wouldn't imagine them sending anybody, not with 1 out. Yeah. Runners already, or a runner in scoring position and a 3-run lead.
Maybe with the righty in the box makes it a little bit more of a difficult throw for Nelson down to third, but I don't think so.
Pitch on its way, and that's fouled back. So the count runs to 2-1. Good pitch from Greeno Groom, not too much of the plate. Down in the zone. Fouled back by Tafoya. Again, they'll take about a 20 to 30-minute break between the two games of these doubleheaders, so if you've got nothing to do, come on down to the ballpark. It's a beautiful day. You've got shade or sunlight, depending on where you want to sit. Just a great opportunity to watch the Troopers play some baseball. Pitch on its way down the zone, hit well. Hall gets turned around out and left, and that ball gets over his head. That's going to score at least 1. Hall tosses the ball into short. That's Cale Hamrick with the cut. And Cheyenne pushes across a big run and still threatening with runners at second and third. A double for Tafoya. And again, not solid defense from the Troopers. That ball was hit hard, and it was hit over Hall's head, but he did get turned around out there. And just
I will say that he did get turned around and did get over his head, but he did a good job getting that ball back in. That probably could have scored 2 if he wasn't quicker on that throw, or if he wasn't that quick on that throw in. So just saved 1 run from coming in, and now runners on second and third.
So the 2-hole hitter and the shortstop, Coulter McNally, up to bat. Greeno Groom gets a sign, fires, off-speed pitch, drilled into left center. That ball's deep. Hall gives chase, catches it on the warning track. That's a nice play from Hall. Cheyenne will tag up and score. That's Wyatt Hott scoring the 5th run of the game for the Sixers. So now the Troopers trail 5-0. Cheyenne has a runner at second base. That's Mason Tafoya, and a really good at bat from Coulter McNally. Saw first pitch, drove that ball deep into the left center gap. Hall does a nice job to track it down, but all you're looking to do is lift the ball and score another run, and that's exactly what McNally did there.
Yeah, you'll take that any day of the week if you're post 6, and that sac fly just needed 1 insurance run, 5-0 now, and that maybe feels a little more insurmountable with Bradley Feeser throwing the way he is for post 6.
Yeah, with the way Feeser's thrown, you don't imagine that you're going to get 5 runs. I mean, never say never. It's Legion baseball, but Cheyenne, a solid team. They've played solid defense, and Feeser's just pounded the strike zone all day. So Greeno Groom gets a sign, fires home. That ball's hammered by Kostopoulos, and they're going to send the runner from third. Relay comes into Greer. Greer gets it home, and he slides under the tag to Nelson. Nelson fires to short, and they do get Kostopoulos trying to take the extra base at second, but not before another run crosses. So Cheyenne leads 6-0 Kostopoulos took off and tried to stretch that thing into a double and got caught up by Nelson, and good awareness from Nelson.
Yeah.
Could not get the tag in time. Actually, the ball wasn't there in time.
Yeah.
Guy slides and gets the plate, makes the tag, goes to the next play of them heading to second.
Yeah,
so,
and it wasn't not much you could do about that if you're Rich Hall. You threw a good ball into the cutoff man, and then Dalton Nelson didn't get the tag down in time, but he did get the out in second. So you're happy with that part. Down 6-0 though now, and with, like I said, Fieser on the mound doing what he's doing right now. That's a hard lead to get back.
Yeah, so the Troopers, as you said, trail by 6. We're headed to the bottom of the 7th. We'll take a quick break and come back with the bottom half of the inning. You're listening to Trooper Baseball on 1410 KWYO and 106.9 FM.
There aren't many faces people are excited to see first thing in the morning before they've even had their coffee. But the McDonald's drive-thru workers who take your order on the way to work have almost all of those faces.
Get your $1 any size hot coffee with caramel paired with a sausage McMuffin. Right now, buy one sausage McMuffin and get another one for just $1. Price and participation may vary. Valid for item of equal or lesser value. Cannot be combined with any other offer.
Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
Hi, this is DJ Dearborn,
Yeah, welcome back
First
to Storm
Federal
Riders.
Bank and Trust, and you are listening to Sheridan Media Sports.
I was a little early there, James. A little bit early.
I'll take the blame on that one.
Well, the Troopers trail here 6-0. They kept it a close ball game. It was 3-0 through 6 innings, and then Cheyenne just kind of busted it open there in the top half of the 7th. So it's 6-0. Maybe the only good news for the Troopers is they do have the top of the order up. The bad news is Fieser is still on the mound for Cheyenne, and he has thrown 59 pitches through 6 innings, and he's just pounded the strike zone, as I said last inning, done a great job. He gets his sign. He delivers to Dalton Nelson. That ball is poked into center, but short center. Shortstop tracks it back and makes the out. So for out number 1. So that's not the way you want to start the inning.
No, more of the same for the Troopers so far with that little bloop over into shortstop.
They just haven't been able to make very much solid contact today.
Nelson was the only one that really had solid contact with this single back in the 4th inning. But other than that, yeah.
For the Troopers, he sees fastball, pounds it down the third base line, foul. So he'll get another shot at it. But again, Troopers, nothing's really changed. I mean, they came into the game knowing they were going to sit fastball and try to drive it, and it just hasn't worked out.
Yeah. And another thing about Fieser is he's got kind of a funky windup. Everything that he has up until he throws the ball is pretty slow. You know, his arm action feels pretty slow up until the point where he releases the ball. So it's kind of a weird thing to kind of step into.
Fieser again gets the sign, high leg kick, and delivers outside, ball 1. Greer flew out to center back in the 1st inning. He struck out swinging in the 4th. And has a 1-1 count here in the bottom of 7. Greer looks, gets the delivery. That's inside.
And if you're a Trooper, if you were one of the Trooper players, you would have liked to see Greer wear that one right there. Just get any runner you can on base.
Yeah, and he could have leaned over, maybe leaned into it a little bit. Umpires won't call that. Ball on the outside corner, and Greer drives that ball into right for a single. Nice piece of hitting from Greer.
Why get hit by pitch when you can get a single, right?
That's exactly right. Good pitch on the outside corner, and Greer drills that ball into right field, so a good piece of hitting from Greer. And
just the second hit of the game for the Troopers. And both in kind of the same spot, too. Dalton Nelson, he kind of pulled one over into right center, and Greer kind of pushed one out into right center.
Cody Kilpatrick steps in. 3-hole hitter for the Troopers, has hit there most of the season. Gets a breaking ball in the dirt for ball 1.
Kilpatrick, best hitter in terms of average on the Troopers so far this season, hitting .433, an OPS of 1.097, and slugging a .577 this year.
So Kilpatrick looks at Fieser. Fieser looks in, gets his sign, checks the runner at first, fires, and Kilpatrick grounds that ball to shortstop. It's going to be a chance for a double play, but a good decision there by Coulter McNally to not go to second with that. It would have been a very close play. Just get outs. You're up 6. There's no sense in trying to turn 2. Doesn't matter that Greer's on second. That runner doesn't matter. So a nice play by the shortstop and good decision by the shortstop. And Kilpatrick's retired on a ground out to the shortstop. And Trevor Stowe, the second baseman, steps in. He's 0 for 2 today with a ground out to third, although that could have been a double. It was taken away by Mason Tafoya.
Yeah.
Pitcher looks in, delivers. That pitch is outside and driven into right by Trevor Stowe. Ball brought in. So Troopers now threatening, but it's just a little too late. 2 down in the game. They trail by 6. The runners at first and third.
If you're a Trooper, the one thing you want to see, maybe they can get a run across and you take that in going into the next game as a little bit of momentum. But this 6-0 lead. They would have held it at 3. This is a much different chance here for Caden Steele. But 6-0 feels a little bit more insurmountable with Feaser.
So the first baseman Steele steps in. Caden Bass from the right side. Runners at first to third. Cheyenne's not even going to hold the runner at first. Stowe. Pitch on its way. That ball's on the outside. Driven into right. Lopez gives chase, and he's going to catch another one on the foul line, and that's going to end this game.
Why not with Lopez, right?
Lopez,
wouldn't it be?
He had 4 catches out there, 3 of which were either on the foul line or in foul territory today, and he did a nice job out there in right. And really the player of the game was the starting pitcher, Bradley Feaser for Cheyenne. He just cruised through the Trooper lineup. That was the only time the Troopers... And welcome back for Game 2 of our doubleheader of the Sheridan Troopers versus Cheyenne Post 6. The Sixers from Cheyenne. I'm Aaron Lagaki. I'm alongside James Timberlake. Troopers dropped the first game of the doubleheader 6-0 on just an outstanding pitching effort from Cheyenne's pitcher Bradley Feeser. Sheridan could never really get the bats going, had some mistakes in the field which cost them. It was a 3-run game into the 6th inning, and then they gave up 3 runs, and there was just really no chance once they went down 6-0.
As you say, even the 3 runs felt like a lot for the pitching that the Cheyenne Post 6 Sixers were getting. Feeser went to the complete game. He only threw, what was it, about 60 pitches? Is that what you
about 65 pitches.
65 pitches. So
and gave up 3 hits.
3 hits.
No walks.
Outstanding game by him. And, we'll see. It's possible we see him again in this game, maybe later down the line, just because of that low pitch count that he had. So,
and for the Troopers, they are going to have basically the same lineup with the exception of Cody Kilpatrick will be at catcher. Obviously, they'll make a change at pitcher. It'll be Hunter Stone. So DHing for the Troopers this game will be Dalton Nelson. Of course, he hit and caught last game and led off, and he'll stay in that leadoff spot, but he does get the night game off, and we are underway as Stone delivers. Strike one. Pitch over the plate, down low, and same with Cheyenne. They've moved some guys around the infield, but they are going to hit basically the same lineup with a couple exceptions. So Tafoya, who was 1 for 3 last game with a walk and a double, swings at strike 2. He's down 0-2 to start this game 2 of the doubleheader on just a beautiful night here at Tornado Stadium.
Tafoya was the third baseman last game, made a couple of really good plays. And they move him over to second for this one.
Nice pitch, gets in, and it falls for a single, and you just hate that if you're Hunter Stone. You got to head 0-2, make a nice pitch inside corner. You saw off Tafoya, but a really good job by him to throw his hands. Even though he gets jammed, he's strong enough to get it out over the first baseman's head.
Right in the triangle, as they call it.
That's right. There was no chance for Stowe to get over there, the second baseman, to make the play. No chance for the right fielder to come in and make a play. So Cheyenne, as they did last game, starts their leadoff hitter on base to start the game. Stone now from the stretch, takes a peek, fires, that ball's fouled away. This is Coulter McNally, who played shortstop and will do the pitching in this game for Cheyenne.
And no DH for Cheyenne in this game like they had last game. And McNally, like you said, shortstop. He batted 2-hole last game as well, so he's back to the 2-hole for this game, this time on the bump.
Stone comes set, takes a look at the runner, and he just pauses, wants to make sure that Tafoya doesn't take a couple extra steps on his lead. Does a nice job. Tafoya gets back.
And that'll be a big thing that the Troopers...
And pitches on its way. Ground ball to Greer. They get the force at second. Fire over to first, but McNally gets down the line, so it's a fielder's choice. Nice play by Greer to range over there and get the ball to Stowe at second, so it goes down as a 5-4 fielder's choice. So McNally 0 for 1 in the game, but stays out of the double play. 1 down. Stone so far has located, I know it's just 2 hitters, but that pitch is down in the zone on the outer half, and he gets McNally to hit a weak ground ball to third. Greer does a nice job ranging to his left, gives a good feed to Stowe, the second baseman, and records the first out. Stone comes set, takes a look at the first over at first, and same pitch, same spot. Greer fields it, fires over to first, and that's the second out of the ball game. This time as Greer goes to first, he had no chance to get McNally. Low ground ball from Kostopoulos. So 2 quick outs. Cheyenne has a runner at second. That's McNally.
And as I was saying earlier, the big thing that the Troop probably want to avoid in this second game is that the base running mistakes that they had defensively, had a couple stolen bases get by them a little bit, and if Hunter Stone can kind of hold on those runners for Cheyenne, then I think they can kind of limit the damage that they can do with the bats.
You're going to have to play a clean game. Cheyenne, as we've mentioned, is a good team. You've just got to play solid defense, have good at-bats. It's how you've got to play when you go up against good teams. Pitch 1 is on its way. It's up high to Dominic Lopez, who again is in right field, played right field last game.
He was a busy guy out there.
He was a busy guy in right. He went 1 for 3 at the plate with a single and a strikeout. But Lopez, a lot of these Cheyenne guys, they're nice players.
Oh, yeah.
They're good players, good with the glove, good with the bat.
And usually don't have very many weaknesses that you can pick out.
And pitch 2 is on its way. It looked pretty good, but it's called a ball.
If there was anything that the Troopers could maybe capitalize on, they had a couple strikeouts in that first game. Mortensen had, I think, 7 strikeouts in the first 4 innings, and that was kind of the damage he only got was a couple stolen bases and a couple singles, and that was kind of it for Mortensen. And then after that, it kind of snowballed for the rest of the guys.
Yeah, a couple mistakes in the field led to some additional runs, and Troopers they didn't have enough to beat the Cheyenne team. Off-speed pitch on the outside corner. That's called strike, so now it's 2-1 to the 4-hole hitter Dominic Lopez. Stone so far, like we said, has been locating, getting the ball down in the zone. It's hard for Cheyenne to lift. They didn't hit hardly any ground balls in the first game. They've already hit 2 here in the top of the first.
Yeah, and that's a good sign. If you're getting ground balls, that's what you want to be doing. Strikeouts and ground balls are the big thing that you want, especially in Legion baseball.
2-1 pitch from Stone. Up high. That's 3-1 now. He runs the count to the Lopez's favor here. 4-hole hitter, 3-1, runner on second. Got to make a good pitch here if you're Stone.
Yeah.
You've got first base open. You don't have to give in and just give something down the middle, but certainly you want to make a pitch on one of the corners, inside or outside, and keep the ball down. You don't want to give up a cheap run here in the top of the first.
Yeah, you want to get out of this inning cleanly. Especially with the way that it started with that little blooper into the triangle area and then got the 2 quick outs. You don't want to give up anything, like you said, cheap here.
So Stone resets. He's looking in. I don't know if he's having a hard time with seeing the signs, and we're going to get a time called.
Could be. I know on the mound, I've been on the mound here before, and the sun, when it comes down into this back area over here, it comes right through in between the dugout and the stanchion, and it kind of shines right on you. It's really a trouble for third base as well. If you don't have sunglasses or eye black like Michael Greer has, it can really be a struggle, and as well for the pitcher, too.
Sometimes at third, in about 20 minutes, you need a welding mask. That's how bad the sun field is.
It's a dangerous game over there at third base.
And pitches on its way, and that's ball 4. And I think Ben Phillips and Cody Kilpatrick were thinking the same thing, where you just don't give in, throw an off-speed pitch out there, see if he'll chase. Not much hurt. 2 outs, runners at first and second.
Yep.
So that brings to the plate Julian Romero playing left field this game. He was 1 for 3 last game with a single.
Yeah, if anything, you get the force out back on any bag, so you kind of work with anything here.
Stone comes set after getting a sign from Kilpatrick. Lifts his leg, fires home. That pitch is a nice pitch on the outside corner, called a strike. Home plate umpire this game is Keith Reichert. Umpire Tim Daniels goes out to the field for this second game of the doubleheader. Again, if you weren't with us in the first game, Troopers did lose 6-0. Great season for the Troopers so far. They're 26-7, but they're playing the class of Wyoming baseball right now.
Yeah, the face of Wyoming baseball, if you will.
Stone delivers a little bit low. Kilpatrick has a little trouble with that one. Called a ball.
And the post 6, the runners there wanted to go, but they held up wisely with Cody Kilpatrick getting a good block there.
Actually, Reichert called it a strike, and that's why the third base coach for Cheyenne is upset. That ball was down and in.
I mean, Cody Kilpatrick had to basically block that. I'm surprised that was called a strike.
So it works out in the Troopers' favor. It's an 0-2 count with a runner in scoring position and another one on first base. Again, this is Julian Romero at the plate, 1 for 3 in game 1. Pitch is fired, same spot in the dirt, and that one is called a ball. So now we go 1-2.
Again, another kind of a similar thing that happened with Brendan Mortensen last game. A lot of pitches here to the first few batters. Brendan Mortensen did end up just facing the minimum, but it was a lot of pitches. And here, Hunter Stone facing 5 batters so far with a lot of pitches thrown.
Stone comes set, checks the runner at second, lifts his leg and fires home. That looks like an off-speed pitch, and that misses badly, so now it's 2-2 to Romero.
It just doesn't look like he's coming all the way around on that off-speed pitch where he can break it and snap it back into the zone. Coming up a little early on his follow-through, it looks like.
And Stone has his attention on the runner at the second baseman. He's delivered home a couple times while looking at second base. Pitch is on its way. Short hop to Cale Hamrick at short. Fires across the diamond to first. And Caden Steele gets the out at first. So the Troopers get 3 outs here in the top of the first. Cheyenne with a couple runners on, but they're unable to score. It'll go to the bottom half of the first inning, 0-0. You are listening to Trooper Baseball on 1410 KWYO and 106.9
When
FM.
it comes to printed, embroidered, or promotional product needs, there's only one choice in and around Sheridan County. That's Kilpatrick Creations on Brundage Street in Sheridan. Our knowledge and experience puts us ahead of all others. Our expertise guarantees you a quality and affordable product each and every time. Our pricing is fair and consistent, our garment selection is extensive, and our quality is unmatched. So for your next screen printed, embroidered, or promotional product order, go straight to the experts at Kilpatrick Creations. Remember, we're here to make you look good.
Charlie Eisler here, owner of Auto Connections at 2514 North Main in Sheridan. Business has been terrific since Kim and I moved up to Sheridan permanently 3 years ago. Thank you, Sheridan. Cars, trucks, and SUVs, we have many to choose from. If you need a used car that won't break your budget, come see me. If you have bad credit or no credit, we can help. If you just want to talk baseball, come on by. Auto Connections, 2514 North Main.
This is Dr. Dana Leroy with Leroy Family Dental, and you're listening to Sheridan Media Sports.
Welcome back to Thorn Rider Stadium. Aaron Lagaki with you, along with James Timberlake. Here we're game 2 of a doubleheader. Sheridan Troopers versus the Cheyenne Post 6 Sixers. On the mound for Cheyenne in this game will be Coulter McNally, and he played shortstop last game, and he's got a nice arm.
Yeah. Hopefully, maybe it's a little relief from Feezer, but we'll see. Again, Post 6, they don't really let up when it comes to pitching.
No, it looks like everybody throws high 80s for Cheyenne, maybe even low 90s. Did hear some rumblings down there that McNally might have actually signed at the University of Utah. I was not able to confirm that, but he played a really nice shortstop. Right. Why not University of Utah? Go a little Pac-12. But on the mound, he definitely throws hard. We will see what Sheridan's approach is. You know, we talked in the first game. They were trying to get on base early in the count. They were swinging at first pitch fastballs, second pitch fastballs, and I wouldn't envision that will change.
Yeah, if they're going to probably try to just keep hunting fastballs here. Nelson leading off the inning. He had one of the only hits of the game last game for the Troopers.
Yeah, it was a single, and Nelson DHing this game. We mentioned he caught the first game, now gets some relief here in the second game and gets to be just the designated hitter. McNally delivers hard fastball lined right back at him, and he gloves it for out number 1. And that's one of those where you just go back to the bench. If you're Dalton Nelson, you stung it, you put it right back up the middle where it's supposed to be, and McNally somehow gloved that comebacker and was able to save his right arm.
Been a couple of those at-bats today where you just got to shrug your shoulders if you're the Troopers. Trevor So had a couple of those. Now Nelson hit that ball well, like you said. Unfortunately, that's the game.
Right on the screws.
If you're right 3 out of 10 times, you're doing a really good job.
First pitch fastball swinging. Michael Greer grounds out to the shortstop over to first base. So a quick 2 outs from the Troop as Michael Greer's retired. First pitch. Dalton Nelson was swinging second pitch, so 3 pitches, 2 outs.
Exactly. It looks like it's kind of follow the same kind of path that they did last game, where they're swinging early in the count, trying to get fastballs that they can kind of hunt, and hopefully this time they can get a little bit more luck in their favor, try to put it out into a gap or something.
Cody Kilpatrick now catching for the Troopers this game, comes to the plate, takes ball 1 down. He was 0 for 3 last game with a strikeout. Did swing the bat pretty well, but had no hits to show for it. So he stands in against McNally, who throws hard.
Yeah, he's throwing some gas up there right now.
Kicks his leg, fires just outside. 2-0 is the count. And I have nothing bad to say about the Troopers' approach. You don't want to fall behind and start looking at sliders and changeups. I love the swings they're taking. It's just not working out for them so far.
It is interesting with how many fastballs McNally is throwing here. It'd be interesting to see if he does have. I mean, he's got to have some sort of off speed.
2-1 to Kilpatrick. Fastball again out to right field, short right field, and again nice play out there and right by Dominic Lopez. What's new as we get the third out here? Quick first inning. Troopers and Cheyenne are tied 0-0. You're listening to Trooper Baseball on KWYO and 106.9 FM.
Have you been into Sears Hometown Store lately? They have great deals, especially if you buy in bulk and purchase 10 or more appliances within 90 days. If you're a contractor, that means huge savings. They also have deep freezes in stock for the rest of us. Or maybe it's time to upgrade your mower. Well, the friendly staff at Sears can help you find exactly what you're looking for. Locally owned and operated. That's Sears Hometown Store. Big name, small town owners.
Selling your home or business without a real estate agent can be a lot like baseball. Home runs do happen, but not as much as strikeouts, fouls, or fly balls. What you aren't aware of in your transaction could leave you with possible unexpected issues and could leave you heading back to the dugout. Real estate transactions require a professional. So if you're looking for that, call me, Kim Hall with ERA Carroll Realty at 520-227-5543. That's 520-227-5543.
This is Dr. Michelle Meehan, and you're listening to Sheridan Media Sports.
And welcome back, everybody. I'm Aaron Lagaki alongside James Timberlake, and the Sheridan Troopers are tied 0-0 with Cheyenne Post 6 here in Game 2 of the doubleheader. Sheridan did lose Game 1 6-0. So far, a clean game. Sheridan was able to wiggle out of a little bit of trouble in the top half of the first. They had a single and a walk, so Cheyenne stranded a couple runners on base, but the score is 0-0.
Yeah, more of the same for the Troopers here to start the game. A lot of hunting first pitch fastballs, like we were saying, early counts, stuff like that. And we'll see if Hunter Stone can kind of keep it close here, and maybe the Troopers can kind of get their bat speed, get their head on out on something, and see if they can bring some runs across.
So for Cheyenne, it'll be Kelton Hastings. He's playing shortstop this game, was the second baseman last game. He went 2 for 2 and was hit by a pitch. Pitch 1 is on its way, and that is low for a ball.
Want to remind everybody here gets free admission to all the regular season home games courtesy of Sheridan Memorial Hospital, one of our great broadcast partners. So if you're looking to come out to a game, make sure you come on out. Free admission, like I said, you just walk in right through the gate and you can watch some baseball.
It's a great deal the hospital has for Legion baseball. Yeah. Stone falls behind 2-0. Pitch number 3 on its way, and he gets Hastings to chase a changeup.
That was a good pitch, a really good inside changeup that Hastings swung right over the top of.
Sometimes 2-0, that's the best time to throw that because they're sitting dead red. Stone delivers, working quickly, fires outside, pitch into right field. That's going to be a single for Hastings.
And that is the best thing you can do with that if you're Hastings. Just kind of punch it right out in between the hole there and in between first and second, and single to start off the inning for Cheyenne Post 6.
Of just doing with... Depending on location, they're just trying to hit the ball where it's located. They're not trying to pull outside pitches. They're not trying to go the other way with inside pitches. Nice fundamental hitting from both the Troopers and the Sixers. Pitch on its way. That's in the dirt for ball 1 to Wyatt Hout.
I would say if you're a young player out there, that's one of the biggest things you could probably want to learn early on is learning how to hit the ball in every direction. If it's on the outside half of the plate, try to push it out to right field if you're a right-handed batter. And, I mean, obviously a lot of people know how to pull the ball. That's one of the easier things to do.
Pitch number 2 on its way. That is on the outside corner for strike number 1. Hout went 1 for 3 with a single and a strikeout in game 1. Again, it's 0-0. The Troopers and Cheyenne, 2 of the top teams in the state, battling it out here at Thornrider Stadium today. Stone comes set, checks the runner at first, gives a long look, now fires home. That's on the outside corner as well, called strike. So 1-2 is the count, and Stone has shown that he can hit that outside pitch through the first 2 innings.
Yeah, he's doing a good job locating. Maybe had a little bit of trouble here in the first half of the first inning, but kind of got it together and got a couple quick 3 outs to end the inning, and no damage was really done.
Stone comes set again, checks the runner, fires home, comes inside this time, saw it off to Cale Hamrick. He catches the line drive, looks to first, but no play. Out number 1 is recorded on a soft line out to, again, the shortstop, Cale Hamrick, and a really great job. That's one of the great things about pitching. When you're able to hit the outside corner, hitters start looking outside, and then when you're able to come in and locate, you get that ball right off the thumbs.
Yeah, that if you're locating on the outside corner and you're a hitter, you see that inside pitch, it looks a lot better. And sometimes it's a little too inside, you jam yourself, and like that just happens, you line out right to the shortstop.
Ethan Riesdorfer is up to bat. He's playing third base this game, was the DH last game. He went 0 for 3 and had the hat trick, 3 strikeouts. Stone comes set, fires home. Runner goes, and he is out at second base. Great throw from Cody Kilpatrick. Boy, I tell you, Kelton Hastings got a good jump over there at first. And
great throw by Cody Kilpatrick.
It was an off-speed pitch. Cody Kilpatrick comes out and meets that pitch and fires a strike to Cale Hamrick at second, and they get the out. Just bang play for out number 2 in the inning. What a great play by Cody Kilpatrick. Not a pitch normally you throw people out on, but just a really nice job behind the plate.
Now basically fresh inning. You don't got anybody on, and try to work back into this. Again, the Troopers doing a good job kind of battling from an early issue and battling back, trying to get out of this inning.
Yeah, and if you're the Troopers, you don't want to make a habit of it, but it is a good sign that you're getting out of those. It is 2-1 after a high pitch from Stone. 2-1 to Ethan Riesdorfer. Stone working fairly quickly. He's obviously going to go from the windup now with no runners on. Fires home. That pitch is outside and fouled off. 2-2 is the count. We got Greer at third, Hamrick at second, or rather Hamrick at short, Stowe at second, and Steele at first. Curveball hit up the middle. Boy, just an excuse me single up the middle. He just put it where nobody for the Troopers could get it, and that's just bad luck if you're Stone.
Not a lot you can do about that. That's something the Cheyenne Post 6 likes to do pretty well, is they kind of just hit it right back up the middle, and or anywhere there's not a player, and they love doing that, and they're good at it. They've done it pretty much all day today.
So Riesdorfer gets on with a single, and that brings up Ty Lobmeyer, the 9-hole hitter for Cheyenne. He did not play last game. He's catching this game. Stone comes set, checks the runner at first, fires home, fastball, outside corner. That's a strike.
And that caught stealing there by Cody Kilpatrick really paying dividends right now, because that single by Riesdorfer probably would have scored if Hastings would have got to second base on that stolen base.
Absolutely. Ball not hit hard enough for Deverly to have a chance, but works out for the Troopers. It's 0-0 here in the top half of the second. 2 outs on the range scoreboard. Stone checks the runner at first, stepped off. Now he'll come set again. Check the runner at first, fire home. That ball's outside.
Hunter Stone's gone 16 in the third inning so far this year. 3 games started, 5 games played total. He's got a 2.143 ERA. He's had a little bit of trouble with some walks, 17 strikeouts to 12 walks, but done pretty decent so far today in terms of limiting the walks. And it is early, but not a whole lot so far.
Stone delivers. That ball's fouled off down the right side. Count runs to 1-2 to the 9-hole hitter for Cheyenne. Again, runner at first base, that's Riesdorfer. Lobmeyer at the plate, 9-hole hitter for Cheyenne. Stone working a 1-2 count with 2 outs. Gets the sign from Kilpatrick. Stone looking in. Now he'll come set, check the runner at first. Steps off the back of the rubber and fires over to first.
Little excuse me pickoff, letting him know that he's there.
Yeah, and sometimes you'll throw 2 of those over and then use a good pick, see if you can catch a guy leaning. Maybe you can get him caught off of first, get an easy out, and start the next inning with a 9-hole hitter. Stone delivers home. That's a ball low. 2-2 is the count. 2-2 with 2 outs is always a great time to run. However, with your 9-hole hitter at the plate, not sure Cheyenne's going to send the runner.
Yeah.
You'd like to actually
have that top the lineup.
Absolutely.
To start the next inning, yeah.
I think maybe if you were at the 2 or the 3 hole, you might see the runner go, but chances are he may not go here. Stone kicks, delivers. That ball is away, so runs the count full, and with 2 outs, that means Riesdorfer will be off on the pitch. So infield's got to go 1 on any ground ball. Riesdorfer will just make sure that Stone delivers home, and he'll take off with a full count and 2 outs. Stone looking into Kilpatrick, gets the sign, comes set. Steele off of first, not even holding the runner, as you would expect, and Stone misses with a breaking ball, or an off-speed pitch up, and he's mad at himself.
Yeah, that breaking ball, again, it looks like he's just not coming around enough on it, just breaking it out of his wrist so that it can break down into the zone.
Yeah, the ball
He's left it high a couple times here early.
Ball stayed high up above the collarbone of Lobmeyer, and that turns it over to the top of the order for Mason Tafoya. He singled in the first inning on an 0-2 pitch. So Stone comes set with runners at first and second. 0-0 ball game. 2 outs here, top of the second. Stone checks the runner at second twice. Now he'll deliver home. Fastball. That ball is outside, just outside.
Pretty good pitch there, but called outside nonetheless by Reichert.
Yeah, Kilpatrick was set up outside and had to lean a little bit, so ball's probably off the plate a couple inches, but not a bad location, especially with your leadoff hitter up. Stone looks in. Again, he slows down a little bit with runners on, understandably. Stone delivers home. That pitch is grounded to the third base coach. Bare hand play back to the pitcher. Foul ball. 1-1 is the count to Tafoya.
Now the shadows here at Trooper Stadium are starting to get a little bit more difficult to see. You got the shadow right in the middle, in between the pitcher's mound and home plate, in between some sun. So it's going to be a little bit difficult to see this ball if you're the hitter.
Yeah, if you can locate your off speed, it's a good time to use it. Going from light to shadow makes it real hard to see.
Yeah.
Tafoya swings through that pitch. It's 1-2 with 2 outs. Again, Cheyenne left 2 runners on base last inning. 2 runners on base here, runner at second, runner at first. Stone trying to work through this a little bit of trouble, see if he can head to the dugout with a tie ball game. Stone comes set, checks the runner at second, lifts his leg, fires home, off speed. That pitch is up.
Yeah, he's done that a couple times now, leaving the off speed up and just not snapping it out of his arm. And you'd like to see him get around on that, because that'd be a pretty nice pitch if he can break that over the plate.
Yeah, sometimes pitchers get a little bit worried that with runners on base, they don't want to spike that thing in the dirt and give up move the runners over, but you certainly don't want to hang it up high to the top of the order for Cheyenne, and that ball's fouled back. So
rather have a pass ball than a 3-run home run.
Absolutely. So a 2-2 count to Tafoya. 2 down here in the top of the second, 0-0 ball game. Just a very, very light breeze blowing out to right center. We can barely feel it here in the press box. Flags barely waving. Stone comes set, checks the runner at second, lifts his leg, fires home. That's a fastball, and that ball's fouled away toward the indoor tennis court. Tafoya singled in the first, as I said, on an 0-2 pitch. Stone trying to retire him here.
Good battle here by Carter McCall, or excuse me, is this Carter McCall?
Tafoya.
Tafoya, excuse me, yeah. Yep. Pretty good battle here to start off, or towards the end of the inning.
Stone comes set, fires, breaking ball. That pitch is
that was a good pitch.
Barely up, maybe.
That's a good pitch.
And the Trooper faithful, they wanted that call.
A little bit of groans in the stands there from that one. That was a good pitch. Looks like he finally came around on that curveball, broke into the zone, but called the ball.
And now this is a big pitch because, again, a full count with 2 outs and runners at first and second means they get a head start. So they will go as soon as Stone goes home. Stone does deliver, and he misses there and walks Tafoya. So the bases are loaded for the Sixers from Cheyenne. 2 walks in the inning and a single from Stone. Kilpatrick wisely goes out to talk to him. Stone is not throwing bad. He's not missing awfully. He just hasn't been able to locate that off-speed pitch.
Yeah, the off-speed pitch just kind of hurt him a little bit because now he's, if you're a Sixer here, you're basically only a hunting fastball if he's not coming around on that curveball.
So now that brings to plate Coulter McNally, the pitcher for Cheyenne, and he smoked the ball in the first inning to Michael Greer, who made a really nice play ranging to his left. Fielder's choice as he threw the runner on a second. And that ball's down in the zone but drilled into center field. It'll score at least 1. Dubberly comes up throwing, gets the cut to steal, and they are not going to get it, so it's 2-0 Cheyenne. Boy, McNally smoked that baseball.
Yeah, he hit that ball well right over the second baseman for the Troopers, and that's the walks are going to hurt you any which way you kind of look. If you're walking batters, it's not what you really want to see, and then the more you walk batters, the bigger chance that they get. The batters get to capitalize, and they capitalized right there.
So 2-0 now. The Troopers trail. 2 outs in the top of the second. With the 3-hole hitter, Zach Kostopoulos up to bat. He grounded out to short in his first at bat, first inning. Stone fires home, misses badly. That's a fastball up and in. So now you don't want to let this inning get out of hand. You want to hold it here at 2-0, give your offense a chance to get to the plate. But Cheyenne definitely threatening. 3-hole hitter at the plate. 1 runner in scoring position, another runner at first for Cheyenne, and you fall behind 1-0 in the count. Stone delivers a fastball in the outside corner. That's strike. 1-1 is the count. Kostopoulos at the plate. Stone looking in, trying to gather his sign. Kilpatrick comes at base. Off-speed pitch again, misses up, and he just has not been able to locate that consistently so far.
Yeah, and the hitters for Cheyenne Post 6, they're basically only going to be hunting fastballs at the point that he can't really get that Hunter Stone really get that breaking ball over the plate right now.
That's a fastball. Strike 2. Good pitch there. Nothing Kostopoulos could do with that.
Fastball in good spots. If he gets break of controlling the base runners,
gotta be able to pitcher. Can't be just one pitch. You've got to be able to change speed so it messes with the hitter's timing and they fastball. 2-2 is the count. 2 outs. 2 runners on. Stone delivers home. Fires inside. Ball's straight up in the air. Greer's giving chase into home, and he misses.
That's a
hard play. Yeah. And I don't know if Cody Kilpatrick did not see it go up in the air, because that ball...
It was hit a mile up in the air. I mean, there's not a lot you can do about that. I mean, if Kilpatrick just lost it, because that, like I said, that was hit straight up in the air.
I think Kilpatrick thought it might have been a foul ball.
Possibly, yeah.
I mean, that ball was hit straight up. It landed 10 feet from home plate. Michael Greer came in 90 feet, gave a great effort, laid out for the baseball, and it bounces on the turf. Thankfully, no runs scored, and
back to 0-0. Back to 0 count now. Bases loaded.
So bases are loaded for Dominic Lopez, the 5-hole hitter for Cheyenne, and good first pitch from Lopez swinging at the first pitch. 0-1 with 2 outs, bases loaded. Troopers trail by 2-0 here, top of the second inning. Stone looks in for the sign. Gets it from Kilpatrick. He is going from the windup now. Fires home. Breaking ball, and he broke that one off nicely.
That one was a good pitch, yeah.
So now it's 0-2, and you need your best pitch right here.
Yeah.
It's already a 2-0 game. Bases are loaded. Cheyenne could really break this thing open. It's important that Stone locates this 0-2, maybe gets Lopez to chase.
Maybe you don't want to put it in the dirt, I'd say, with runners on third as well, with the runner on third. But, yeah, best pitch.
Delivers inside fastball. That's 1-2.
Yeah, Kilpatrick was lined up over on the outside half of the plate there, and Hunter Stone just missed inside.
So for those of you watching online, that hit from Kostopoulos does go down as a hit. It didn't touch Greer's glove. Kilpatrick lost it in the air, so it is a single, even though he popped it 90 feet in the air, but it only went 10 feet.
I'm glad you said that because I didn't know how I was going to score that, to be honest with you.
Yeah, it's one of those kind of weird baseball rules where even though the play should be out, you certainly can't give the air to Greer there. You can't give the air to Kilpatrick because he didn't see it.
Yeah.
Great effort from Greer, so it does go down as a single. Kind of a hard luck single if you're Stone, the pitcher. Stone fires home. That ball's on the outside corner, driven into right. High fly ball, and ranging is Stowe from second base, and the Troopers managed to save a bunch of runs right there. They do go down 2-0, but all things considered, a pretty good effort from Stone to end that inning with just 2 runs. Troopers trail 2-0. We're headed to the bottom half of the second. You're listening to Trooper Baseball on 1410 KWYO and 106.9 FM.
Things are shaking at Sunlight Federal Credit Union. They have upped their CD rates and are offering a 1-year CD with a 1.77 APY, a 3-year CD with a 2.28 APY, and a 5-year CD with a 2.79 APY. All require $500 minimum deposit and early withdrawal penalty applies. Let Sunlight help you see your money grow. Stop by their location in Sheridan on Sugarland Drive or take a look online at sunlightfcu.com. Member NCUA and equal housing lender. Sunlight Federal Credit Union, building a brighter future together.
That there 15 hands Appalooser's a real trailblazer.
What in the tarnation are you talking about? I don't see no horse.
I ain't talking about no horse, you idiot. I'm talking about the Western Style Super Premium Ice Cream from Cowboy Creamery in Sheridan, Wyoming.
Those are names of ice cream from Cowboy Creamery?
Yep, they have amazing ice cream and now have an outdoor eating area offering cones, shakes, floats, and treats.
I'm saddling up the 15 hands Appaloosa and heading out to Cowboy Creamery.
Hi, this is DJ Dearcorn of First Federal Bank and Trust, and you are listening to Sheridan Media Sports.
Welcome back to Thorn Rider Stadium, everybody. Ernie Rodolini Field. We're bringing you the Game 2 action from this doubleheader of the Sheridan Troopers versus Cheyenne Post 6. And Sheridan did give up 2 runs in the top of the second, but you'll actually take it based on how much trouble they were in there in the top of the second. They left the bases loaded, down 2-0 here in the bottom half of the second. Trevor Stowe stands in to hit, takes strike 1 and then ball 2. So 1-1 is the count to Trevor Stowe. And Troopers need to get something going. You just want to feel kind of good, even if you leave runners on right now. You want to hit the ball a little bit, breaking ball, really nice pitch, sharp break.
Snapped off well there.
That was a nice breaking ball.
Cheyenne, they come at you with a good 1-2 punch and probably a 1-2-3 punch, knowing Cheyenne.
And fastball up, and We don't have a radar gun up here, but I am guessing McNally's thrown every bit of high 80s.
Yeah,
he may be touching the low 90s because that fastball was up under the hands and Stowe had no chance.
And it makes it a lot harder with the shadows in play as well.
Absolutely. So coming
Not get any easier.
Coming to the plate is Caden Steele, the first baseman for the Troopers. McNally deals fastball outer half. That's strike one. And he looks like he's gained a mile or two an hour from the first inning. He is throwing hard right now.
Gas right now.
Caden Steele, as we said, at the plate. He waits for the delivery. Here it comes, outside corner. That's strike two. But when you can throw hard and when you can throw hard and locate, it makes it hard to pitch or hard to hit rather.
Yeah.
And pitch three is on its way, and he blows away Caden Steele. Wow. So gas coming from McNally right now. 7 pitches and 2 strikeouts. And Carter Dubberly, the center fielder, steps up to the plate. He was 0 for 2 in the first game of the doubleheader, which the Troopers lost 6-0. Dubberly hitting from the left side of the plate, as always. Fastball outside half of the plate, and that's strike one. 0-1 to Dubberly.
Yeah, McNally is just in a groove right now.
Yeah, going from the windup, fires outside. That ball's a little bit outside. That's really the first pitch he's missed in this inning.
Yeah. Yeah, and like you said, if you can locate that fastball, everything else kind of comes a lot easier.
1-1 pitch on its way. That's a fastball down the middle. That's strike two. And Dubberly's a little mad at himself on that one. You're not going to get many good pitches to hit, it doesn't look like. And that one definitely missed over the plate, about knee high.
Yeah.
But over that middle third. McNally delivers, fires home, breaking ball. That's a ball.
And that's when you know the batter's not seeing the ball that well. Is if you get one right middle against a pitcher like this, and you're not swinging, then he's not seeing the ball very well out of the pitcher's hands.
McNally gets the sign, kicks his leg. He's going to deliver home, and strike three. Wow. Straight gas from Coulter McNally, and he strikes out the side. All the Troopers swinging. Troopers will go to the top half of the third. Troopers trail 2-0. Here in the second game of the doubleheader, you're listening to Trooper Baseball on 1410 KWIO and 106.9 FM.
Are you looking for social media management, web development, videography, graphic design, or assistance with grant writing? Then Redinger Technologies is your solution. They can help you change your marketing execution capacity today, leaving you to do what you do best, run your business. Give them a call at 307-285-0105 or find them online at redingertechnologies.com. Redinger Technologies. Let the professionals handle it for you.
Being a truly great dental practice isn't just about treating patients. It's about finding meaningful ways to serve in your community. Dr. Michelle Meehan encourages you to get involved. Donate to local charities. Serve on a board. Sponsor local events and sports teams. Volunteer your time. Some nonprofits that could use your time and talents. Dr. Michelle Meehan, sponsoring Sheridan Troopers Baseball on SheridanMedia.com and KWYO.
This is Troy Baker with Hammer Chevrolet, and you're listening to Sheridan Media Sports.
And welcome back, all you Trooper faithful. We're here at Thornton Rider Stadium, Ernie Rodolini Field. The Troopers trail in the top of the third inning, 2-0 to the Cheyenne Post 6 Sixers. And what a lesson Coulter McNally, the pitcher for Cheyenne, just put on the Sheridan Troopers. It was gas, and more gas as he struck out the side, throwing nearly all fastballs and 10 pitches. Just a really, really efficient inning from Coulter McNally. And now stepping into the plate is Julian Romero. He takes ball one. Stone delivers, and that is over the plate, drilled up the middle for a single. So far, it is that type of a game for Hunter Stone and the Sheridan Troopers where they're going to have to deal with runners on, it looks like, as runners have been on in each of the first 3 innings. And Sheridan, to some extent, is a little bit lucky that they're only down 2-0. Bases were low.
Got a bad jump there too. He was about halfway by the time Hastings was swinging. So
0-2's the count. No outs here, top of the third. Troopers trail 2-0 on the range scoreboard. Stone comes set, checks the runner. Slide steps home, pitches up. It's a fastball up. Hastings does not offer. Runs the count to 1-2. Stone in his own right has good velocity. Throws well.
Yeah, if you're going up against McNally right now, everything kind of looks slow compared to him.
That's right. Stone fires home. That ball's hit up the middle as well. Slow ground ball. Stowe standing on second, fires over to first, and a great double play from Trevor Stowe. That's a nice play by a second baseman. Get your foot on the bag, field the ball, and throw it over to first for a 4-3 double play.
Just what the doctor ordered, I'd say.
Well, and Stone has done a nice job with his fastball of keeping the ball down. He's been hurt a couple times with it, but that's more a credit to the Cheyenne hitters than to his pitch location. It's the off-speed he's struggled with a little bit in the early going here. 2 down. Wyatt Hout at the plate. He's the center fielder for Cheyenne. First pitch misses inside. Ball 1 to Hout. Hout lined out to Cale Hamrick, the shortstop for Sheridan in the first inning, or rather last inning. Pitch comes home from Stone. That pitch is outside. Kilpatrick tried to frame it. He wanted it, but that ball was a good few inches off the plate.
And that's still a pretty good pitch, even though it was a called-up ball. If you're missing outside like that, that's not a bad thing, I would say, as long as you're not doing it too consistently.
Pitch on its way, and that's a ball. Stone waiting for Hout to step into the batter's box.
And those shadows are looking to slowly become less of an issue here.
Pitch fires home. That is 3-1
As
to
the
Hout.
sun kind of gets into that windowed view of the stanchion here behind us.
Yeah, we got about 20 more minutes in the infield to be covered in the
shadow of the stanchion.
Correct. Pitch on its way. That ball's a strike. So now it runs the count full to Hout. Hout is the 7-hole hitter for post 6. Again, Troopers trail 2-0. They dropped the first game of this doubleheader 6-0 in 7 innings. Stowe delivers home. That ball's hit. Oh, good effort by Steele just under his glove as he laid out, and it goes down as a single for Hout.
Yeah, again, just finding that hole. Steele laid out for it, went right under his glove, and there's not much you can do about that. They're just finding holes right now. And Hunter Stone still kind of beating himself up a little bit over it, but again, if they're just hitting holes, there's nothing you can really do about it.
Yeah, and the ball wasn't hit hard either. It was a medium-paced ground ball that just was far enough to the right of Caden Steele that he couldn't quite get his glove on it. Stone comes set, fires home. That ball is pulled foul. He was looking fastball and got a changeup and pulled it well foul. So Riesdorfer at the plate, singled and scored last inning. 0-1 the count to Riesdorfer. Playing third this game. Stone gets a sign from Kilpatrick, comes set, checks the runner at first, gives him another look, now fires home. That pitch is inside for a ball.
Yeah, and if I'm Stone here, I'm probably not worrying that much about the runner with 2 outs. If he gets to second base, then you maybe worry about him a little bit more. But given the lead that he's getting right now.
And Cheyenne hasn't showed a willingness to run a lot.
No, yeah.
They're trusting their hitters, particularly down here in the bottom of the order. Mm-hmm. You've got the 8-hole hitter at the plate. Stone delivers home. That's a strike. Good pitch from Stone down in the zone. Catches a little bit of that outsider half of the plate.
Yeah, maybe if 2 outs here, maybe Stone mix up the tempo a little bit. But again, I wouldn't worry too much about the runner on first.
1-2 is the count. 2 down. Again, Troopers trail by 2. Top half of the third. Stone delivers home. That's off speed, and it is popped up into left. Giving chase goes Hall, and cannot come up with the baseball. Boy, I thought he had a bead on it. Can't come up with it. Now he'll fire to Hamrick at the cut, and Cheyenne will score. And defense hurt the Troopers in that first game. That's a play, not an easy play out there in left by any means. Hall had to cover a lot of ground, but maybe a play that he can make as that ball bounces on the warning track and it results in a double.
It looks like he was maybe getting to the point where he wasn't trusting his feet as much as he's getting closer to that warning track. It looked like he was kind of holding up just a little bit, getting closer and closer to that wall. But if you're an outfielder, just run as hard until you start feeling dirt, and then, kind of slow up a little bit more.
Right, and just a very difficult play out there. Like I said, it'll go down as a double, but boy, especially if you're Hunter Stone, you're like, boy, we maybe could have had that play, and instead it's 3-0, and now Cheyenne has a runner in scoring position with the 9-hole hitter Ty Lobmeyer up to bat. Lobmeyer walked back in the second inning, last inning. Pitch 1 on its way, and that's a ball. So Riesdorfer out at second for Cheyenne, trying to add to this lead. They're up 3-0, top of the third. Stone gets the sign, looks in, checks the runner at second, fires home. That pitch is outside. Falls behind 2-0 to Lobmeyer, and he walked the 9-hole hitter last inning.
And that's something you don't want to do again here. With the 3-0, down 3-0 now here in the top half of the third, you don't want to walk the 9-hole hitter to bring up the top of the order.
Definitely leaning to strike. 2-0's the count. Stone comes set. Fires home. That pitch, good pitch on the outer half, and it's in foul territory, but it'll stay in play. And Caden Steele makes the out over there near the right field bleachers. So Cheyenne does score 1, but again, Sheridan works out of it could have been worse. Sheridan trails 3-0. We'll have the bottom half of the third inning coming up for you next. You're listening to Trooper Baseball on 1410 KWYO and 106.9 FM.
In today's competitive landscape, Range knows your business's connection is everything. We're prepared for your tomorrow and beyond as we are your one-vendor solution to providing stronger customer connections. I'm Gabe Reese, your Range Business Solution Specialist. Whether it's network services, internet, or phone and camera systems, I'm ready to help ensure your business is equipped with comprehensive, top-of-the-line technology business class services. One company, one network. All for one reason. You. Visit range.net today.
Blodorn Lumber understands home improvement and construction in Wyoming. After all, as a Wyoming-based business, Blodorn Lumber's been serving Sheridan for over 60 years. Heck, the Blodorn Lumber Sheridan staff has a combined 150-plus years of knowledge. They put that to work for you every day. Have questions about your home project, new construction, or tools? Well, stop by Blodorn Lumber in Sheridan. They're always happy to help you out. Blodorn Lumber, serving Sheridan since 1957.
This is Dr. Dana Leroy with Leroy Family Dental, and you're listening to Sheridan Media Sports.
Yeah, welcome back, everybody. Aaron Lagaki alongside James Timberlake. Here, Game 2 of the doubleheader of the Sheridan Troopers versus the Cheyenne Post 6 Sixers. The Troopers trail 3-0 going into the bottom half of the third. For the Troopers, it will be 7-8-9. Cale Hamrick, Dylan Greeno-Groom, and Rich Hall hitting. So far, no hits for the Troopers, and last half inning, they just got blown away by fastballs.
Yeah. And it looks like, again, watching these warm-up pitches by McNally, he is still, he looks like he's gone up another notch. He's throwing straight gas here.
So Cale Hamrick, the 7-hole hitter and the shortstop for the Troopers, stands in first at bat of this game. Fastball. Boy, he's got to be touching 90.
Yeah, Now, maybe towards the first part of the game, maybe not. But now that he's warmed up, it looks like he's touching 90 for sure.
Yeah. Cale Hamrick behind that first pitch fastball. Pitch on its way. That is strike number 2. And, boy, when you can locate with that amount of
velocity,
it's going to be a long night for the Troopers.
Yep. And we thought
Feezer?
Yeah, there
Feezer.
We thought Feezer was going to be was an issue at the start. Man, McNally brings in a whole other level.
Yeah, and Feezer shut out the Troopers last game, just gave up 2 hits, and now McNally is just mowing down the Troopers. He fires a strike number 3 to Hamrick as he goes down swinging. That's 4 swinging strikeouts in a row for the Sheridan Troopers, and hard to blame him. You don't see very many guys, particularly in Wyoming American Legion baseball. You don't see a lot of guys that are up with that velocity.
Yeah.
And it would be nice to have a gun just to know exactly how hard he's throwing, but he's throwing smoke.
It's fast.
So he delivers first pitch to Dylan Greeno-Groom. That is a ball, just misses outside. Greeno-Groom, the only Trooper in the lineup who did not hit last game, came in relief as a pitcher, but did not bat.
And that's from the left side of the plate.
He takes strike number 1. 1-1's the count. McNally gets a sign. Fires home. That's a fastball. Outside corner, rather. 1-2 is the count.
Like you said, the catcher for the post 6 is just putting the glove up, and McNally's just hitting it every time.
Yeah, Lobmeyer's job is pretty easy as Greeno Groom goes down looking. So 5 straight strikeouts for the Troop.
Yeah, we haven't seen the Troop offense kind of struggle this much with an opponent's pitcher, and no blame to them. This is as good of a pitcher as we've seen this year so far, I would say.
Certainly the best I've seen thus far this season, and he delivers ball 1 to Rich Hall. That pitch is just a little bit up. Hall was 0 for 2 last game, playing left field this game. McNally fires home. That's a strike on the inside corner, inner half rather. 1-1 to Hall. Hall, the 9-hole hitter. If he can get on, that'll turn it over to top of the order, Dalton Nelson. McNally delivers home. Another fastball chopped off the plate. McNally fields his position, and it is another 1-2-3 inning for the Troopers. Troopers trail 3-0. We'll head to the top half of the 4th inning. You're listening to Trooper Baseball on 1410 KWYO and 106.9 FM.
Are you a weekend warrior battling a nagging injury? Whether it's biking, hiking, backpacking, or seasonal yard work, don't let those aches and pains become something more. This is Charlotte Walter, physical therapist with Wyoming Rehab. We can help you feel better and get in shape for all of your upcoming endeavors. Give us a call and we'll set you up with a free screen and treatment recommendation for your non-emergent pains. Sheridan Memorial Hospital's Wyoming Rehab, 674-1632.
Have you heard? There's a new local podcast coming called Talk Local, Talk Sheridan. It'll be Sheridan focused, talking with business owners and locals about everything and anything to do with Sheridan. If you're interested in submitting a topic or would like to be on an episode and discuss something to do with Sheridan, then send an email to info@talklocaltalksheridan. And be sure to listen for future updates on Talk Local, Talk Sheridan, including when the first episode will be launching.
This is Dr. Michelle Meehan, and you're listening to Sheridan Media Sports.
Welcome back, everybody, to Trooper Baseball here from Thorn Rider Stadium and Ernie Ronaldini Field. Troopers trail 3-0. It is the top half of the 4th inning. Cheyenne will have their leadoff hitter Mason Tafoya to start the inning. He'll be followed by Carter McNally, the pitcher, and Zach Kostopoulos, the first baseman. And so far, the story has been Sheridan getting in trouble every inning and managed to at least mitigate the damage, even though they're down 3-0. It could be a lot worse right now. And of course, Carter McNally, the pitcher for Cheyenne, is just mowing Troopers down at this point.
Yeah, as we said earlier last inning, he's as good of a pitcher as I think the Troopers have seen so far this year.
So Stone delivers ball 1 to Tafoya. Breaking ball that missed outside. Gets his sign from Kilpatrick, fires home. This is a fastball up and out. So 2-0 is the count to Tafoya. And when you're playing defense and there's constantly runners on, it's only a matter of time before you give up a big inning.
Yeah, and that's something the Troopers would like to avoid. If Hunter Stone can kind of get a quick inning here, that'd be big for them. But, it's tough to have much confidence in the bats right now, given how McNally's pitching.
2-1 pitch on its way, grounded to Hamrick, makes a nice play at short, fires over to first, and Stone returns to on a routine ground ball to Cale Hamrick. So the pitcher, Coulter McNally, comes up to bat, and I had mentioned that when we were down getting lineup cards in between games that I was unable to verify where McNally was going to college, but I had heard the University of Utah, and based on what we've seen, I have no reason to doubt that. Yeah. And that pitch is on its way, and it is crushed into left. Holy cow, off the warning track. That's an easy double for sure for McNally. First pitch swinging, and he'll coast into second for a double.
He can pitch, he can hit, he can run, it looks like.
Played shortstop last game, made a couple routine plays, but you saw the arm when he was at short, and on the mound you see his arm, and he's certainly...
He's doing a good job so far. An A+ game, I would say.
Absolutely. So... Head coach of the Sheridan Troopers, Ben Phillips, is going to come out and talk to Hunter Stone. There's one out and a runner at second, and he's going to come out and have a little visit with Stone. I don't know, is he going to the bullpen already? He is. Yeah. He's going to bring in Brock Steele, and Stone was not able to locate his off-speed pitches, and that's probably the biggest thing right now. And, if you felt confident that your hitters were going to get on base and you were going to have some opportunity, maybe you wouldn't go to the bullpen quite so early. But I get it. It's a 3-0 game.
You want to kind of mitigate the damages.
Yeah,
here.
It's going to be tough for the Troopers to push across 3 runs. Yeah. So you go to Brock Steele. You hope you can hold them at 3, and maybe you get a run here. You get an error in the field from Cheyenne, and you get that second run. So I get it.
This is good practice for Steele as well. He's still kind of coming off of that ACL injury that he suffered. I believe it was before the football season, if I remember correctly.
It was last baseball season, actually. Yeah, so he's been out about a year. He has had some chances to pitch this year. Done a nice job when he has come in. So a great opportunity to come into the game, try to hold this. Try to hold Cheyenne to a 3. Yep, try to hold them to a 3-run lead. 1 out, runner at second. Like I said, in maybe another game, it'd be a little early to maybe go to the bullpen, but I totally understand the decision right now. And again, it's not that Stone wasn't exactly pitching poorly. He just wasn't quite able to locate those off-speed pitches. And with hitters from Cheyenne, or any solid team at the the AA level in Wyoming, you've got to be able to change a hitter's timing, and that comes from being able to locate your off-speed and to locate a fastball. And Stone struggled with that in the first 3 innings. And so Brock Steele comes to the mound. Again, McNally's on second. There's 1 out. Cheyenne leads 3-0, and at the plate is Zach Kostopoulos, the 3-hole hitter for Cheyenne. He grounded out to Michael Greer in the first, singled last inning. So he's got his third. I'm sorry. It was not last inning. It was the second inning.
Second inning,
Yep. Top of 4, Kostopoulos getting his third at bat.
And Steele, as I was saying, is kind of still coming off injury. He's got 12 and a third innings so far this season, and 4 games pitched, 3 starts, so not terrible. Like you said, he's still maybe getting the training wheels off just a little bit. But we'll see what he can do here. This is good practice nonetheless.
Steele comes set, and first pitch is a good one. That's outside corner, strike 1, good velocity on it. So
I would say this is probably the best competition that any of these guys have probably faced maybe so far this year. There's a couple tournaments that they've been to that we don't know exactly the teams that they've played there. But in terms of the schedule that we have here, I'd say, it's Cheyenne, of course. So
sure. Pitch on its way. That pitch misses low and away. So 1-1 the count to the 3-hole hitter for the Sixers. Again, McNally standing on second base. It's a 3-0 ball game. Troopers trail on the range scoreboard. 1 out in the inning, top half of the 4th. 1-1's the count to Kostopoulos. Steele comes set, checks the runner at second. Fires home. That pitch is just misses. Kind of waiting for that late strike call to come through, but just misses, maybe down a little bit. From our view, it's kind of hard to tell up and down.
A home plate umpire, Keith Reichert, actually does kind of have a slower strike call.
Right, he gives the audible call to the catcher, but
exactly.
Being up here, we can't hear it, so that hand signal's a little bit late. So every now and then, I haven't been caught yet this game. I've been waiting.
I'm worried
for
when I'm up in it. I'm going to be looking at my book or something.
2-2 to the count to Kostopoulos. 1 down here, top of the 4th. Cheyenne is threatening with runner at second. It's McNally. Steele looks in, looking for the sign from Kilpatrick. Checks McNally at second. Fires home. Fastball fouled away off of Kilpatrick. Caught the shin guard.
Kilpatrick's upset with himself. He thought he probably should have caught that for a foul out. Strikeout into the glove.
And I don't know as a catcher how you ever expect to get it. Unless it actually lands in the glove. I don't know how you expect to do that, but, they're baseball players. That's what happens.
Yep,
You want to make every play.
Perfection,
Absolutely. 2-2, pitch on its way. Fastball outside corner, blew Kostopoulos away, so he strikes out for out number 2 in the inning, and that's a great sign from Steele to come into the game, locate your pitches, throw with some good velocity, and get that second out. McNally still standing there at second.
And he's a big addition to this team if he's able to pitch well out of the pen and even starting.
You're never going to turn down pitching, especially when you get into tournament time and you need everybody to throw. So, it's a great thing that he's able to come back, pitch on its way, and fouled away into the parking lot. Dominic Lopez at the plate. He's the right fielder for Cheyenne. He walked back in the first, popped out to second in the second inning. Top of 4, Troopers trail by 3. Steele looking in for a sign from Kilpatrick. Comes set, checks McNally out at second, gives him a second look, fires home. Looked like a breaking ball. I didn't catch that very well, but
I think it was a breaking ball.
Looked like a hanger up high.
Yeah.
Too high to even offer at for Cheyenne, so 1-1 is the count. Lopez at the plate, hitting from the right side. Hamrick holding the runner at second, again, just kind of back pocket. McNally hasn't shown an interest in running at all. Steele comes set, fires, high fastball swung through for strike number 2. 1-2 is the count to Lopez, and Steele has a chance to, well, we talked about mitigate the damage.
Yeah. I mean, that's, if you're Steele here, that's the only thing you really want to do. McNally on second base.
Steele looking in. Sunshine still in his eyes.
Yeah.
Sun has not gotten quite down low enough on the horizon to make it shadowed.
A couple minutes, it should be gone here, too.
Steele Cation fouled away. Good piece by Dominic Lopez. Good piece of hitting just to foul that thing away.
I think he will, but if he does go and he gets the bag, we'll have 4 goals.
Know of so far. Steele kicks, fires. That pitch too high. 2-2 is the count to Lopez. Steele a little mad at himself. He missed location.
Yep.
That ball was just up at the eyes of Lopez.
He was frustrated at himself on that curveball a little bit earlier as well, that it didn't come all the way down on the left a little bit up. So
2-2 count.
Around on that.
Inning. Troopers trail 3-0 on your range scoreboard. Kicks his leg. And now it's full.
And that looked like that breaking ball again, that he didn't come all the way.
So 3-2 with 2 outs. McNally probably not going here because there is no runner at first base. Going.
The Cardinal rule, don't make the first or the last out at third base,
exactly
right?
Patrick has a good arm behind the plate.
Yeah.
Greer at third baseman. Pitch on its way, fouled back. We'll do it again.
Good at bat here by Lopez, battling away those pitches.
Absolutely. Well, the Troopers need to stop here, and then, like we were saying, just trying to push something across. Get anything positive offensively and see if you can build a little bit of it. Start chipping away at this 3-0 lead.
At this point, all you can hope for is contact and put something maybe in a hole somewhere, and that'd be ideal.
Steele delivers, and again, a nice at-bat from Lopez as he fouls away a pitch he couldn't do anything with, but close enough you don't want to take the chance that they ring you up. So he just fouls it away, and he's hoping for a better pitch here from Steele. Again, full count, 2 outs. 0-3, Troopers trail. Caden Steele at first, Trevor Stowe playing second base. Infield pretty much straight up. Steele and Greer are both hugging the lines a little bit. Brock Steele delivers, and that pitch just misses inside. Great at bat.
Yeah, fouled off a couple of pitches that probably would have been strikes and works the walk. That's a good job by Dominic Lopez, the right fielder.
So now Cheyenne has runners at first and second with 2 outs, and Julian Romero up to the plate. He went 1 for 3 in game 1. He's grounded out to Cale Hamrick and singled in the 3rd inning. Steele can't give in here. Still got to go throw good pitches. You've got 2 outs. Force at any base. Steele kicks his leg, fires home. Good pitch. Strike 1. And Romero swung through that fastball. Caught a little bit of the plate, but it was down in the zone. 0-1 with 2 outs. Steele looking in for the sign from Kilpatrick. Comes set. Does not peek at the runner at second this time. Throws the ball in the dirt. 1-1's the count. Romero, one of the few left-handed hitters for Cheyenne.
Yeah, and he's a little bit smaller as a hitter than you're used to seeing.
Yeah, probably the smallest, or maybe the second smallest player in terms of height on Cheyenne. Lobmeyer rather, the catcher's pretty small. Pitch in the dirt, Kilpatrick blocks it. Good job to block it. McNally can't get to third.
Great block there by Kilpatrick, keeping it in front of him.
2-1's the count. 2 down. Again, Troopers trail by 3. They did lose game 1 of the doubleheader 6-0.
And this one kind of following a similar trajectory. There's been a little bit more traffic on the base paths for Cheyenne, but again, Troopers have been able to kind of get out of it without too much damage done. And good pitching by the Cheyenne Sixers have kind of held the Troopers at bay on offense.
Pitch away, fouled away. 2-2's the count with 2 outs. Yeah, and really the Troopers I mean, you never like to be down, but I mean, this game could be 6 or 7 to nothing right now.
Yeah, definitely.
Stone did a nice job of bearing down when he needed to, and leaving runners on base, and Steele trying to do the same thing here in the top of the 4th. Steele comes set, fires home, and that pitch is up, just missed up.
And that's the other thing that these Sixers have. They have pretty good, in terms of the stuff that we've seen so far, they've had pretty good plate discipline.
Absolutely, not swinging it much out of the zone. So 3-2-2. That means the runners are going to go. Runners from first, runner from second. Play will be at 1 for the Trooper infield. Pitch on its way. That's grounded to Stowe at second. He picks it up, fires over to first, and again, the Troopers get out. Cheyenne leaves 2 runners on base, and they'll go to the bottom half of the 4th, trailing 3-0. You are listening to Trooper Baseball on 1410 KWYO and 106.9
Ready for a
FM.
new career? True Built Builders, Sheridan's leader in custom post-frame buildings and homes for over 24 years, is expanding their workforce and is currently taking applications for all skill levels. You'll work for a community-oriented building company that's been supporting local sports teams, rodeo, FFA, 4-H, and more. You'll be offered a competitive wage depending on your experience with an opportunity for advancement and training. Contact Jim or Brenda at True Built Builders, 752-0631. Or email truebuiltjobs@vcn.com.
There aren't many faces people are excited to see first thing in the morning before they've even had their coffee. But the McDonald's drive-thru workers who take your order on the way to work have almost all of those faces.
Get your $1 any size hot coffee with caramel paired with a sausage McMuffin. Right now, buy 1 sausage McMuffin and get another one for just $1. Price and participation may vary. Valid for item of equal or lesser value. Cannot be combined with any other offer.
Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
Hi, this is DJ Dearcorn of First Federal Bank and Trust, and you are listening to Sheridan Media Sports.
And welcome back, everybody. Sheridan Trooper Baseball here on 1410 KWYO and 106.9 FM. I'm Aaron Lagaki alongside James Timberlake, bringing you some action. Game 2 of a doubleheader of Sheridan versus Cheyenne. Troopers trail 3-0, and Dalton Nelson's coming to the plate. He's the only Trooper so far that has made really good contact against McNally. He lined out super hard to start the game against McNally, and McNally was able to snag it. But
And it kind of felt like after that, we were like, okay, it looks like the Trooper offense is kind of getting back, but then McNally, I mean, he's really batting down the hatches, even though he didn't really need to. I mean, he struck out, 5 in a row?
Struck out earlier. 5 in a row, yes, earlier. And pitch 1 is a fastball. Nelson fouls that away, but like to see the Troopers up there swinging and getting their hacks.
Yeah.
You don't see many guys, like I say, at this level in Wyoming that are touching 90, and I would bet anything McNally is there.
I would say pretty confidently he's touching 90 for sure.
And he misses with a breaking ball, so 1-1's the count. Nelson again DHing this game, caught last game. Pitch on its way. That's a breaking ball, and he misses inside. 2-1's the count to Nelson. And if you're the Troopers, you're obviously not defeated. You're going up there trying to get your hacks, and you, like I said last inning, we just want you just want to push a couple runs across. You want to make this thing competitive. You know, McNally hasn't had to work with a runner on base. See how he does out of the stretch.
And the other thing is, it's not going to take a lot with how hard McNally's throwing to really put a ball into a gap or down the line or something like that. I mean, you kind of just have to poke it.
2-2's the count, and a really nasty breaking ball. Holy cow. And unfortunately, Nelson had no chance.
No, yeah. Once that ball came out of his hands, it looks like Nelson was ready to swing, and that was a dirty breaking ball.
Yeah, boy. And we haven't seen very many breaking balls from McNally, and that thing was nasty.
No, yeah.
So 1 out. Michael Greer at the plate. He grounded out to the shortstop in his first at-bat back in the first inning. McNally kicks and delivers, and he's throwing a lot more off speed. Second time through the order.
Around, showing the breaking ball a lot more here.
Yep, starts out with a good strike to Greer. 0-1's the count. Pitch on its way. Another breaking ball. Looks like a slider.
Yeah,
looks like it's moving
a
away.
slurve almost of some kind. Yeah, it breaks a little bit vertically, but not a whole lot.
And certainly late, definitely on the one to Nelson. A real late, tight break, tight spin. McNally delivers, throws another breaking ball, and that one hits. I thought it hit Greer in the helmet. Instead, it bounced off the bat for a foul ball.
Must have, yeah. It was either that or the very tip of the catcher's glove. I couldn't really tell.
Well, I didn't think the catcher got his glove up there, but the scoreboard says 2-1, so maybe I'm incorrect. Pitch on its way. That is a strike for 2-2. Again, Michael Greer wears 21. Bats from the right side. Plays primarily third base for the Troopers. McNally fires fastball and blew him away. So, of the last 8 hitters, McNally has 7 strikeouts.
That is that's pretty good. That's pretty good.
It's not bad.
It's not bad, I would say, yeah.
So the catcher, Cody Kilpatrick, steps to the plate. He flew out to right in his first at-bat. McNally gets the sign, kicks his leg, and fires home. That's a fastball, fouled away, and Kilpatrick on it.
If anybody from the University of Utah is here, they'd probably be pretty happy with their signing right now, I'd say.
Absolutely.
If it's true.
He's been able to locate and has shown some signs of a pretty decent breaking ball.
Yeah. Play shortstop, I mean.
Pitch on its way, and that is called strike 2. So Kilpatrick in a hole 0-2. 2 down for the Troopers. And again, Troopers trail 0-3 here, bottom half of the 4th. Let's see if Kilpatrick can battle a little bit. McNally kicks, fires, and blows him away. Boy, fastball up in the zone, and not a lot you can do there. So another strikeout for McNally. That is 5. That's 8 strikeouts in the game, and not many pitches. Boy,
8 of the last 9, and 8 strikeouts total in the game.
what an impressive young man on the pitcher's mound. So Troopers trail 3-0. We'll go to the top half of the 5th. You're listening to Trooper Baseball on 1410 KWYO and
Raise your
106.9
hand if
FM.
you're looking forward to spring or summer. All of us at Kilpatrick Creations certainly are. Family reunions, fundraising events, third Thursdays. Lots of opportunities for custom t-shirts, hats, and promo gear. Whatever you need to outfit your event coming up, Kilpatrick Creations is your best option in all of Sheridan County. We'll design your artwork, help you pick out just the right item for your budget, and in the end, provide you with quality, affordable custom gear. Only Kilpatrick Creations on Brundage Street in downtown Sheridan can do this for you.
Charlie Eisler here, owner of Auto Connections at 2514 North Main in Sheridan. Business has been terrific since Kim and I moved up to Sheridan permanently 3 years ago. Thank you, Sheridan. Cars, trucks, and SUVs, we have many to choose from. If you need a used car that won't break your budget, come see me. If you have bad credit or no credit, we can help. If you just want to talk baseball, come on by. Auto Connections, 2514 North Main.
This is Troy Baker with Hammer Chevrolet, and you're listening to Sheridan Media Sports.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Trooper Baseball here at Trooper Stadium, Ernie Rodolini Field. Brock Steele still on the mound for the Troopers, coming into the game in relief for Hunter Stone. And it is the 6, 7, 8 hitters leading off the top half of the 5th inning for Cheyenne Post 6. And the first hitter bunts one. Michael Greer makes a great play, but the throw over to first base is a little bit errant, and the runner is going to make it over to second base off of an E5 there. Could be an E3. It was a good throw, I would say. First baseman, I think, maybe didn't line up in the right spot for that to make that play, but I'll probably put that down as an E5. That's a tough play, though. But he had him beat, I would say, on the throw, and it's probably now.
I mean, Greer barehands a high chopper over Steele.
Yeah.
And what a great play from Greer. And it looked to me like maybe Caden Steele over there at first maybe stretched a little bit early, and so that throw was thrown a little bit toward the right field line, and he just couldn't get out there to get it. But, yeah, boy, a really nice play from Greer that unfortunately goes down as an error.
Yeah, and Wyatt Hout there. Kelton Hastings put down the bunt that was going to go as an E5 in my book anyways. Wyatt Hout just tried to lay down a bunt as well, and it went foul, so strike number 1 to him. And maybe they know a little bit about something about Brock Steele, knowing he's kind of coming off of that injury, that knee injury. Maybe they're trying to put him a little bit more into a fielding situation to see if he's still got that nimbleness. And we'll see here. Squaring around again. That's a good pitch there from Steele for strike 2, so I doubt we'll see him square around again here with no outs. I'd be surprised.
You wouldn't think so. And Steele's a good athlete, and he was cleared to play. You would imagine he's going to move. As good of an athlete as he is, it maybe isn't. If that's the game plan, is we're going to make him move, probably not the best idea.
No, yeah, I would agree there. Plus, they're good enough. The Troopers are good enough at the corners as well that he doesn't need to rely on it too much with Greer. I mean, Greer got to that ball, and it was basically behind the pitcher's mound.
Right. It was a bad bunt.
Yeah, it was a bad bunt. Yes.
It was a bad bunt that went over the pitcher's
straight
head.
up. Yeah.
Yeah.
Brock Steele missed a off-speed pitch a little bit inside, and here comes the 1-2. That one is fouled off, so it stays 1-2 here to Wyatt Hout. Hout, the center fielder, he had a single, came around to score in the third inning, and he flew out, kind of popped out to the shortstop back in the second. So 1 for 2 on the day so far.
And Steele's done a nice job since he's been in.
Yeah, coming in relief, he's done a pretty good job. Not too much hit very hard. We've only seen him in basically an inning and a third, but not even an inning and a third. Yeah, pretty good so far. Hout calls time there. Brock Steele gets the sign. Comes set, checks on the runner over at second. And that one is dribbled over to the shortstop. Going to be a tough play by the shortstop. He makes the throw over to first, and he beats the throw. Was that called out?
It was called safe.
It was called safe. Okay,
yep.
Beats the throw.
And I think it was a good call. It was
I agree.
really slow roller.
That was a tough play there by the shortstop for the Troopers. Cal Hamrick, excuse me.
No, and I thought he did a great job coming in on that, fielding the ball, firing a good hard. Hout has good speed.
He's got good speed.
He got down the line.
Beat that fair and square there. So runners on first and second. Ethan Riesdorf up to the plate. First pitch he sees. Strike on the outside corner. Good pitch there by Brock Steele. Runners on first and second. Cheyenne Post 6 up 3-0 here in the top half of the fifth. Got 2 runs back in the second and then 1 run back in the third. And Brock Steele working with no outs, 2 runners on. We'll see if he can get out of this like Troopers kind of have all game. Second pitch is grounded to the second baseman. Flips it over to Cale Hamrick, and Hamrick throws it over to Steele for a double play. A good job there by Brock Steele. Second baseman for the Troopers, Trevor Stowe. Good job flipping it over to Hamrick. Hamrick throws it over to Steele for a pretty routine 4-6-3 double play.
Yeah, you can't draw it up any better than that. Nice pitch down in the zone, outer half, and those balls are hard to lift. So if you can locate there, it makes it real easy for Stowe to flip it over to Hamrick. Good double play, huge outs.
First pitch that Bob Meyer sees, the catcher here, is a strike from Brock Steele. Bob Meyer came around to score after a walk back in the second inning, and then he flew out to the first baseman in the third inning, and the second pitch he sees is a strike as well. So a quick 0-2 count here for Brock Steele.
And that double play is a huge play because what a tough luck inning. He had a bunt that actually just flew over the pitcher's head. Just unlucky, and they still are going to get a run.
They're going to find the hole here. Lobmeyer singles right in between the first and second baseman hole, and that is going to score a run. So Keldon Hastings comes all the way around after the E5 and scores for Cheyenne. That will make it 4-0 for Post 6. Now it'll be the top of the order again for Cheyenne. Mason Tafoya up to the plate, the second baseman. He got a single, got into a fielder's choice there, and then walked and grounded out to the shortstop back in the fourth inning as well. So 1 for 3 on the day so far. 1 for 2 technically with the walk.
Tafoya, nice player. Top of the order.
Mm-hmm. Made a couple good plays over at third base earlier in the game. Hasn't had a lot of action with McNally over on the mound. Nobody's had really a lot of action for Cheyenne with McNally on the mound for them.
And we haven't talked about it a lot, but when the bottom of the order from the Troopers is up, the outfield is shifted all the way opposite field. I mean, they aren't playing anywhere close to straight up.
Yeah,
they are moving because as hard as McNally's throwing, they are shifted well to the opposite field.
Yeah. 3 straight balls here from Brock Steele to Mason Tafoya. So going to bounce back here with the runner on first after the RBI single from Lobmeyer.
Well, it's kind of what the Troopers have done most of the game, where they've been able to mitigate damage, but they haven't been able to eliminate it.
Yeah.
Need some good pitches here.
That ball was a strike. Tafoya didn't love the call.
Yeah, he definitely thought it was up and started taking his stroll down to first base, and umpire Keith Reichert said, nah, come on back.
Yeah.
We're going to call that a strike.
Let's have the rest of the at-bat here. Brock Steele gets his sign, comes set, checks on the runner on first. Here comes the 3-1. That one is popped a mile high. Michael Greer coming over. Brock Steele coming over as well. Oh, and it looks like they got a little confused in communication, and it drops right in front of them, in front of the dugout. That is one they will more than likely want to have back just because that's an easy pop out most of the time.
Greer just overran it, and maybe
Yeah.
he heard something from Brock Steele, but he overran it.
Oh,
and,
okay.
and sometimes that happens with those really high pop-ups
Yeah.
where you come in just a little too far.
When you're in a dead sprint like that too, it's a tough angle to kind of have.
And kind of the same story that happened in the first game, where you just don't make every play, and that's the difference in the game. When you play good opponents, you've got to be solid everywhere.
Mm-hmm. And that's hurt them so far this game as well. This game and the last game, the Troopers as well.
Just haven't played as solid as we've seen them play most of this season.
Yeah. Here comes the 3-2. That is strike 3. Good pitch by Brock Steele. He gets the third strike and ends the inning for the Troopers. So Cheyenne Post 6 puts one across by the single from Ty Lobmeyer, and the Troopers coming back up to the plate with Trevor Stowe leading off. You're listening to Trooper Baseball here on 1410 AM and 106.9 FM KWYO.
Have you been into Sears Hometown Store lately? They have great deals, especially if you buy in bulk and purchase 10 or more appliances within 90 days. If you're a contractor, that means huge savings. They also have deep freezes in stock for the rest of us. Or maybe it's time to upgrade your mower. Well, the friendly staff at Sears can help you find exactly what you're looking for. Locally owned and operated. That's Sears Hometown Store. Big name, small town owners.
Selling your home or business without a real estate agent can be a lot like baseball. Home runs do happen, but not as much as strikeouts, fouls, or fly balls. What you aren't aware of in your transaction could leave you with possible unexpected issues and could leave you heading back to the dugout. Real estate transactions require a professional. So if you're looking for that, call me, Kim Hall with ERA Carroll Realty at 520-227-5543. That's 520-227-5543.
This is Dr. Dana Leroy with Leroy Family Dental, and you're listening to Sheridan Media Sports.
Welcome back to Trooper Baseball here. Ernie Ronalidi Field, Trooper Stadium. Trevor Stowe coming to the plate for the Troopers, the 4-hole hitter. The next after him will be Caden Steele and Carter Dubberly to start off the bottom half of the 5th inning for the Troopers. And not an easy task coming for the Troopers. Still, Carter McNally on the bump for Cheyenne Post 6, and he's perfect so far this game. Well, it struck out 8 of the last 9 batters for the Troopers. He's throwing gas, has a really good breaking ball that he's shown off a couple of times, and we'll see what Trevor Stowe can do here. And the first pitch from McNally to Trevor Stowe is grounded over to the third base side. The third baseman fields it cleanly, throws it over to first for an out, and a good pick by the first baseman there as well to get Trevor Stowe out. One pitch, 1 out.
Kostopoulos with a nice pick over there.
Yeah.
It was underthrown from the third baseman, and he just comes through that baseball. Good job picking it. And, man, McNally's only thrown 46 pitches, which is unbelievably impressive when you consider his 8 strikeouts. 8
strikeouts, yeah. Yeah, he's not missing a lot of his spots at all. Caden Steele up to the plate now for the Troopers. And the first pitch he swings at and misses for strike 1. Caden Steele struck out back in the 2nd inning for out number 2 back there. He's playing first base, number 17. He swings at a breaking ball that was low and away, and looked like he was fooled on that one for strike 2.
For sure. Looking fastball, and he gets a slider that he just, way out in front of.
Ball swung at
Yes.
it. Here comes the 0-2 for McNally. That one just a bit outside for ball number 1.
Yeah, and why not try to get him to chase, right? They're looking fastball. He put that significantly outside, but not horrible.
1-2 is fouled off over towards the indoor tennis arena. Keep it 1-2 here for Caden Steele. And a tough day for the bats here for the Troopers so far. Here comes the 1-2. That one is grounded to the shortstop for Cheyenne Post 6. He makes the throw over and a little bit high, and he beats it. Steele beats the throw. That was an E6 there for Post 6.
Yeah, error on Keldon Hastings.
Hastings,
Pretty routine ground ball. He just let that little air mail.
Aired the throw a little bit.
Yep, let it fly, and Kostopoulos jumped up there and caught it, but his foot came off the bag. And Steele, good job hustling down the line, right?
Yeah,
it's a 4-0 game.
And that might be all it takes sometimes. I mean, just a little error like that, you get somebody on base, get back into the feel of things. Carter Dubberly up to the plate now. He takes a first pitch strike on the outside half.
And it's the first base runner the Troopers have had all game, and we're already in the bottom of the 5th.
Now, checking his sign. Here comes the pitch. Again, strike on the outside corner. And again, he's just hitting his spots. I mean, Blobmeyer just putting up the glove, and he's not really having to move it at all. He's had an incredible game just locating.
Yeah, it makes it easy, right?
It makes
if you're
it
a catcher,
really,
and
especially if
he'll
you're a
throw
catcher,
it right to where the catcher is.
Oh, and there's a pass ball. That's a wild pitch, actually, not a pass ball, excuse me, and that will move Caden Steele over to second base. So right when we're talking about it, we may have jinxed it a little bit.
Yeah, certainly the worst pitch McNally's thrown all game. He just let that one fly. Release point was off, and he throws it off the backstop.
You'll take that if you're a Trooper. I mean, runner on second now, scoring position. All it takes is a little single out into center field. You might have a run here, make it 4-1. But nonetheless, McNally strikes out Carter Dubberly, and that will give them 2 outs here in the bottom half of the 5th.
And that's a pitch, maybe it's borderline strike. Like it's close, it's maybe a hair down, but when you locate all game, you get those calls, right?
The Blues going to call that.
Right. It makes the game so much easier when you're able to locate all day, and that's what he's done, and you get a couple calls in your favor.
Cal Hamrick up to the plate now for the Troopers. He struck out back in the 3rd inning. Definitely not the only one. He sees a first pitch strike on the outer half for strike number 1. Caden Steele on second base, so runner on second in scoring position. That one is bounced to Lobmeyer for ball number 1. And we'll see if Hammer can maybe put something in play here, bring somebody across, get the Troopers' first run of the day today. Here comes the 1-1. That one's a bit high for ball number 2. This is one of the first counts where the Troopers have.
Where it's in our favor.
There you go. Yeah, thank you. I took a long way to get there.
That's all right.
Yeah,
I'm with you.
All right,
we'll
you
get the assist.
Yeah. 2-1. That one is fouled off by Hamrick. Right back into the netting. So 2-2 count now for Hamrick from McAnally.
Good hack by Hamrick.
Yeah, fouled it right back into the netting. That's kind of what you want to see. If you're, if you're post 6 here, I don't see McNally coming out of this, but if he does come out of this, you still have to worry about Fieser as well, because he barely threw it all last game, and he could very possibly come out and not a save opportunity, but a hold at the very least as well. That is ball number 3. Fastball on the outside corner, just missed for ball number 3, so it's a 3-2 count, 2 outs. Runner on second base. Hamrick, a walk or a knock here would be very nice for the Troopers. And he swings and misses at strike 3, another fastball. McNally just curled up and gassed in there for strike 3. So nothing across, 1 on for the Troopers. Still 4-0 Cheyenne post 6 as we go into the top half of the 6th. You are listening to Trooper Baseball here on 1410 AM, 106.9 FM, KWYO.
Things are shaking at Sunlight Federal Credit Union. They have upped their CD rates and are offering a 1-year CD with a 1.77 APY, a 3-year CD with a 2.28 APY, and a 5-year CD with a 2.79 APY. All require $500 minimum deposit and early withdrawal penalty applies. Let Sunlight help you see your money grow. Stop by their location in Sheridan on Sugarland Drive or take a look online at sunlightfcu.com. Member NCUA and equal housing lender. Sunlight Federal Credit Union, building a brighter future together.
That there 15 hands Appalooser's a real trailblazer.
What in the tarnation are you talking about? I don't see no horse.
I ain't talking about no horse, you idiot. I'm talking about the Western Style Super Premium Ice Cream from Cowboy Creamery in Sheridan, Wyoming.
Those are names of ice cream from Cowboy Creamery?
Yep, they have amazing ice cream and now have an outdoor eating area offering cones, shakes, floats, and treats.
I'm saddling up the 15 hands Appaloosa and heading out to Cowboy Creamery.
This is Dr. Michelle Meehan, and you're listening to Sheridan Media Sports.
Welcome back to Trooper Baseball here at Ernie Ronalini Field. And, well, Aaron, we just got a heads up. We've been saying the best player on the field so far is name wrong. Coulter McAnally. McAnally. That's how you say it. Coulter McAnally. Throwing a gem so far this game for Cheyenne post 6. Brock Steele on the bump still for the Troopers. First pitch he throws to, who do we got here? Coulter McAnally is a ball. So a 1-0 count here.
And again, if you're the Troopers, I mean, you're down 4 runs. You've got 2 at-bats left. You just want to you just don't want to give up any runs here. The last 2 innings, give yourself an opportunity.
Yep. Brock Steele, another one on the outside corner to Coulter McAnally for ball number 2 to start off the top half of the 6th. 4-0 lead here for Cheyenne Post 6. 2-0 pitch from Steele is a little bit high and outside for 3-0 now. Brock want to get back into this count here. You don't want to walk the leadoff batter here, especially this late in the game. And 2-3-4 coming up. And that is ball 4. So walks the leadoff batter, Coulter McAnally. Now Zach Kostopoulos coming to the plate for the Cheyenne Post 6 Sixers. Kostopoulos grounded out to third baseman. He had a single back in the 2nd, and he struck out back in the 4th. So 1 for 3 on the day so far.
Again, a big kid, plays first base. He just missed a couple balls in the first in the first game of this doubleheader. Flew out to center, but
runners going, McAnally, and he's going to get there easily. Ball was bounced in front of Cody Kilpatrick, and Coulter's there easily. So now we've got the speed. So I count 5 tools there, Aaron, that he's got.
You've now officially
a 6 for pitching. I mean, there you go. Utah's getting a hell of a prospect, I'd say.
Yes, certainly a really, really nice player.
Yeah. Pitch from Brock Steele to Kostopoulos. That one's bounced again, so it's a 2-0 count. Now to Kostopoulos with a runner in scoring position and no outs here in the top half of the 6th.
And for Steele, you just got to come back here. Still locate, but you definitely need strikes. Let your infield, your outfield work for you a little bit.
Yeah.
It's a 4-run ball game. It's not the end of the world if you give up another run, but you don't want to have it turn into 2 or 3.
Yeah. Pitch from Brock Steele. That one's a little bit high for ball 2. I guess I missed a strike according to the scoreboard, so it's a 2-1 count now to Kostopoulos from Brock Steele.
Yeah, Kostopoulos actually swung through that first pitch.
Oh, he did. Excuse me, yes.
Yep, you're good.
So the 2-1 from Brock Steele. He comes set, and here comes pitch. That one a bit low and inside for ball 3. And I wouldn't be surprised if we saw Phil maybe get somebody going in the bullpen or something like that with a couple more balls like that, kind of getting a little more errant from Brock Steele here.
Yeah, kind of surprising because he was really locating in every inning he's thrown so far.
Comes to 3-1. That one is low and outside, so another walk from Brock Steele. 2 in a row for Steele to start the inning.
Yeah, and certainly, you never like walks. You get 2 in a row, you hate to see that. And like I say, kind of surprising because Steele had thrown very well through his inning in 2/3, I guess it was, since he came in relief for Hunter Stone. But it's kind of been the story of the game where the Troopers have had to deal with runners on and deal with runners in scoring position most of the game. And we're going to do the same. We do have a hitting change coming up right now.
Oh, yes.
For Cheyenne, and we don't have a number 16 on the lineup card.
No, it's still Dominic Lopez, yeah. Still the 4-hole hitter.
Nope, I lied.
You're good. Now I'm assisting.
Thank you very much.
There you go.
Thank you very much.
Scotty to Jordan, right?
That's exactly right.
4-hole hitter, Dominic Lopez up to the plate. He takes the first pitch. Strike on the outside corner. He's walked, flew out to the second baseman earlier in the game, walked back in the first, flew out to the second baseman in the second, and then walked again back in the fourth. So 1 official at-bat so far today for Lopez, so far in the second game. Runners on first and second, no outs here. He had McAnally dead to rights on second base. He was looking to steal possibly.
Yeah.
He had a huge secondary lead and maybe caught Hamrick sleeping a little bit, and then Steele stepped off and it looked like he was going to throw, but McAnally beat Hamrick back to the bag. Here comes the 0-1 from Steele. That one is lined into center field. Dubberly coming in, and he makes the play in center field. So that is the first out of the inning for the Troopers.
And a big out because runners don't advance. You leave the runners at first and second. And a pitch Lopez might want to have back. I thought it caught quite a bit of the plate actually, and Lopez just couldn't square it up.
And another one that looked like they just missed it as well.
Mm-hmm. And Dubberly does a nice job tracking it down. Yep. And McAnally, he's obviously been at second. Now this is like the 3rd time he's been at second. He's had a lot of time to time the pitchers, and he was definitely going there. And just Steele wasn't able to pick him off.
One out here in the top half of the sixth with Julian Romero up to the plate. First pitch he sees, he swings at and he misses for strike one. Julian Romero playing left field. He grounded out to the shortstop back in the first inning, and it was a double play in the third inning. And believe that is it came around to score back in the I'm reading my book wrong. Grounded into a double play, or he was part of a double play back in the third, and then he grounded out to the second baseman back in the fourth inning. So excuse me. And the second pitch he sees is a ball. So 1-1 count here to Julian Romero.
And here's where you want that low and outside pitch. Just get a ground ball to Greer or Hamrick, roll to, get in there, and just try to get something going on the offensive end.
Here comes the 1-1 from Steele. That one is a little bit high and outside for ball number 2.
You know, I think when the Troopers come away, I mean, certainly this game is not over, but when you come away from this game, you know, I think Coach Ben Phillips is going to say, gosh, if we clean that thing up, you know, it's a 2-0 game, and, you know, this game's maybe 2-0 or 3-0. Mm-hmm. And so you can take some positives, even though your offense didn't do a lot today.
Yeah. Pitch there from Brock Steele is a little bit high, so 3-1 count to Julian Romero, the left-handed hitter, playing second base today. Or excuse me, left field in this second game. I'm kind of all over the place. It's getting hard to read the book now with the lights, the sun going away.
We need some LEDs up here in this press box, right?
I think we have some, but I hate these lights. They're like awful.
The moths will be flocking. They will be flocking in.
I'd rather not see anything. So the next pitch there from Brock Steele is a strike. So 3-2 count now for Brock Steele to Julian Romero. One out here in the top half of the sixth. Runners on first and second. McNally had another jump again. It looked like he had timed Brock Steele again, but went a little bit too early, but he got back to the bag to stay over a second. Man, he's gotten lucky a couple of times. If Hamrick and Steele time that up, they definitely have an out over there at second base.
Yeah, if they're able to get on the same page, you've got a chance to get him in a rundown or just tag him out.
Here comes the 3-2 pitch. That one is fouled right back into the netting. That one made me flinch a little bit, I'm not going to lie to you. Take me back.
Take you back to your infield base?
Yeah. I was ready to field that one on the hop. 3-2 count here still to Julian Romero. Left fielder. Brock Steele comes set, gets his sign. Still looking at McAnally. That one is lined into right field, and it lands right in front of the right fielder for the Troopers. And luckily enough, that one looked like the runners didn't get a great read, and it landed right in front of Dylan Greeno Groom out in right field for the Troopers. So nobody could score. McAnally now at third base, Kostopoulos over at second base, and Julian Romero at first base with the bases loaded for Keldon Hastings.
Well, off the bat, I thought that ball was down, and then Greeno Groom got a great jump on it and looked like he actually might have an opportunity to catch that ball, and that's why McAnally was forced to hold up at third, because he can't take off thinking that Greeno Groom might catch that ball. So a really nice play out there in right. Yeah. Again, one out, bases loaded. So far, no runs in this inning for Cheyenne, even though they're threatening.
First pitch to Keldon Hastings from Brock Steele is a strike on the outside corner, so strike one, 0-1 count with one out here, and the bases loaded. And again, Troopers looking to escape another jam here in this game.
Yeah, double play is what you're looking for at this point.
And it'll be interesting to see. McAnally still getting another pretty big lead. I'd be interested to see if Cody Kilpatrick throws down to third base, and Michael Greer possibly if he gets another big secondary here. He's not going anywhere, but he likes to get those big secondaries. But who knows? Given the game he's having, he could steal home too. I mean, who knows at this point?
It very well could happen.
Yeah. 1-1 count here from Brock Steele. He's in the windup now with the bases loaded. Doesn't have to go from the stretch anymore. Here comes the 1-1. That one's a little bit low and bounces up into Cody Kilpatrick, and he blocks it. So a 2-1 count now for Brock Steele to Keldon Hastings. Keldon Hastings, he had a single back in the second, got caught stealing, and then was part of that 4-3 double play back in the third, and then he came around to score back in the fifth. See what he does here. 2-1 count. That one's a bit outside for ball three, and you can't walk anybody here, so This is probably going to be something where Hastings, if he gets something he likes, he is going to be swinging, but it's got to be perfect at this point.
Right, and if you're a hitter, you're just sitting dead red, just looking for fastball, looking something you can drive deep. At worst, you get a sac fly.
Yeah. Here comes the pitch from Brock Steele. That one a little bit high and inside for ball 4, so that's going to be an RBI walk from Keldon Hastings, the shortstop, and that'll bring up Wyatt Hout. And with the bases still loaded, and it looks like Ben Phillips is going to come out and possibly get Brock Steele. At the very least, he's going to talk to him.
Well, it's the third walk in the inning for Steele, which, again, is surprising because he had really located in every inning prior to this one, and he comes out and walks the first two hitters of the inning, gets a fly out to center, and then gives up a single and then another walk, and Coach Ben Phillips is going to make a change.
And it looks like it's number 1,
Trevor Stowe.
Trevor Stowe coming in to pitch for the Troopers, and it looks like number 11 for the Troopers is going to go out. I don't have a number 11.
That's
Dalton Nelson.
Yep.
Dalton Nelson's going to go out and play second base, I believe, for the Troopers.
Yep.
We're going to take a quick break as Trevor Stowe gets warm here. You're listening to Trooper Baseball, 1410 AM and 106.9 FM at KWYO.
Are you looking for social media management, web development, videography, graphic design, or assistance with grant writing? Then Redinger Technologies is your solution. They can help you change your marketing execution capacity today, leaving you to do what you do best, run your business. Give them a call at 307-285-0105 or find them online at redingertechnologies.com. Redinger Technologies. Let the professionals handle it for you.
Being a truly great dental practice isn't just about treating patients. It's about finding meaningful ways to serve in your community. Dr. Michelle Meehan encourages you to get involved. Donate to local charities. Serve on a board. Sponsor local events and sports teams. Volunteer your time and give back. Sheridan's a wonderful place with so many awesome nonprofits that could use your time and talents. Dr. Michelle Meehan, sponsoring Sheridan Troopers Baseball on SheridanMedia.com and KWYO.
Hi, this is DJ Dearcorn of First Federal Bank and Trust, and you are listening to Sheridan Media Sports.
Welcome back to Trooper Baseball. Ernie Radolini Field. Trevor Stowe on the bump now, taking over for Brock Steele here in the top half of the 6th inning with 1 out. Bases loaded, so he's coming in with a little bit of pressure on him. 5-0 now after the RBI walk to Keldon Hastings from Brock Steele. And up to the plate for them is Wyatt Hout, the center fielder.
Yeah, and Hout's had a nice game. He hit the ball really hard to Cale Hamrick back in the 2nd inning, lined out short, but and then had 2 singles.
Yep. Yeah, can't complain about that. Here comes the 0-0 pitch from Stowe. That one's a bit outside for ball 1. Trevor Stowe coming into the game. I believe, if I remember reading this right, he's one of the pitchers in this team. He's got 34 innings pitched, 7 starts, 10 games total. Pretty good so far. Second pitch he throws. That one's a bit low for ball 2.
And you understand why you go to Stowe here. You've still got a chance in this game. I know it doesn't feel like that, but it is a 5-run ball game. You've got 2 at-bats left. You go to a guy who consistently can locate and throw hard, and you're just trying to keep this game close. Get a double play, get out of this inning, and have a chance, right?
Yep, the 2-0 pitch there from Stowe is a strike on the outside corner, so 2-1 count now with 1 out, bases loaded. Stowe's got 32 strikeouts on the year, 16 walks, a 4.118 ERA. In about 30 innings pitched, 34 innings pitched. So a lot of work here for Stowe, a lot of experience, I should say, and he throws another strike over for strike 2, so a 2-2 count now with 1 out. Troopers have had 3 pitchers so far in this game. Hunter Stone started, Brock Steele came in relief, and now Stowe taking over for Steele. Here comes the 2-2. That was a good pitch for strike 3. So now, any bag goes here. If you're fielding third base, you can just touch third. Shortstop, just touch second. And first base, just touch first or whatever. You can get any out anywhere. Bases loaded. 2 outs here for for Trevor Stowe with Ethan Reisdorfer coming up. First pitch that Stowe throws to Reisdorfer is fouled off on the third base side towards the third base dugout, just kind of chopped over there. for strike one.
That's a huge strikeout from Stowe. Obviously, you'd love a double. Any pop fly doesn't hurt you. It doesn't even matter if it's deep, as long as your fielder can get under it. It's a huge strikeout.
Riesdorfer's had a pretty good day so far as he watches ball one, up a little bit high and outside. He's had a pretty good day so far. He's had a single back in the second. He doubled back in the third, and he did hit into a double play back in the fifth. But 2 for 3 with a single and a double is not bad. 1-1 swung on and missed from Stowe to Riesdorfer. So 1-2 count. Looking to get out of this bases loaded jam with just one run across, which would be huge for the Troopers. And like you said earlier, this game could definitely be a lot further away from the Troopers. A couple things don't bounce their way, but again, just a 5-0 deficit. 1-2 is a little bit low for ball two, so a 2-2 count now for Stowe.
Yeah, it's one of those deals where, I mean, it really feels like this game could have been 8 or 9-0 already. And to the Troopers' credit, they've done a good job of locating pitches when they had to. Just need some spark offensively.
The 2-2 that hits. That is not what you'd like to see. That hits Riesdorfer right on the elbow. You could hear that one up here on the PO in the press box. And that's going to bring a run across. Kostopoulos comes home, and that's an RBI hit by pitch. Not one you like to have if you're Riesdorfer. You probably do anything else.
Boy, that thing got a lot of bone.
Yeah, I heard that all the way up here. Then you'd rather do basically anything else than take one right to the elbow like he just did. But nonetheless.
His left hand is tingling badly.
Oh, yeah.
Now. Like I say, that's one of those where you kind of want to bend down and get it in the tricep or the rib, kind of a combo instead of taking it right on the elbow.
Maybe a little fooled because he didn't turn all the way back into it. It maybe just turned a little bit to it and hit him right in the elbow. And that one could not have felt good. But RBI nonetheless. You'll take that on the old score sheet. So RBI for Riesdorfer. That brings up Ty Lobmeyer, catcher, for post 6. 2 runs across here for them. First pitch he sees. That's a strike high in the zone. Lobmeyer didn't love it, but a strike nonetheless. 2 runs across here to make it 6-0 for the Cheyenne post 6 Sixers. They've had 2 in the second, 1 in the third, 1 in the fifth, and now 2 here in the sixth. Stowe's 0-1 pitch. A bit inside for ball 1 to Lobmeyer.
And really important right here. I mean, we've been saying it all game. Really important that you mitigate the damage. I know they gave up 2 runs, but there's still a chance for Cheyenne to blow this thing open. So Stowe needs to make good pitches right here and get out of the inning.
And that's a ground ball to the shortstop, Lobmeyer. And Cale Hamrick just comes up a little bit too early on that ball, and it gets right under his glove, bounces off the underbelly of his glove, and kind of just sits there at shortstop, and that is going to be an E6 that brings across another run for Cheyenne post 6, and base is still loaded.
And honestly, I'm not sure if Hamrick even throws out Lobmeyer because it was hit so slowly, but he's going to be mad at himself because it's definitely an error. But Lobmeyer got down the line quickly, and I mean, that's about as routine as it gets right there. You're charging in and just didn't make the play.
First pitch to the top of the order man, Mason Tafoya, is a strike from Trevor Stowe. And again, that's, like you said, he might not be throwing him out there, but maybe thinking about the throw too much before actually fielding the ball if you're Cale Hamrick. The 0-1, that one is swung on and missed by Tafoya. Excuse me, that was the 0-0. That one is swung on and missed from Tafoya. That was the 0-1.
You were right. You were right.
Okay,
yep,
I'm
you
looking
got
at the
it.
scoreboard.
It's 0-2. You're right on it, James. Got it nailed.
Man. The 0-2 here from Stowe to Tafoya. Still from the windup. That one is bounced in the other's batter's box. Cody Kilpatrick blocks it for ball 1.
Yeah, and that's a tough play right there for Cale Hamrick that he missed, because now it turns it over to the top of the order, right? And even if he doesn't throw him out, he wanted to make that play. Know he feels like he would have gotten the out.
The 1-2 pitch, that one's just been outside. Stowe thought he had him dead to rights, had a strikeout there, but he did not. Just a ball on the outside corner. 2-2 count now for Stowe.
Pretty good location. That's one of those that, up here it's hard to tell if it's just a hair down or not, but it definitely caught some of the plate.
Again, make the umpire make the decision. The 2-2 pitch from Stowe, that one is popped straight up Kilpatrick may have a play. He's camped under like he does a play, and he has a play. Gets the out, but Cheyenne Post 6 push 3 across here in the top half of the 6. It's 7-0, and the Troopers coming up to bat here in the bottom half of the 6. You're listening to Troopers Baseball here on 1410 AM and 106.9 FM KWYO.
Some of the best things about business are the connections you make. Whether you're working with people down the block, across the state, or on the other side of the country, Range can help keep your connections strong. I'm Gabe Reese, your Range Business Solutions Specialist. I'm here to make sure your business has the network service, internet, phone system, and video monitoring you need. With Range, you're connected to the best. One company, one network, all for one reason. You. Range.net.
It doesn't matter the weather. It's always grilling season with the Traeger grill. You can grill, smoke, baste, roast, braise, and barbecue, and with temperature controls. No more burned food. Check out the Traeger grills at Blowthorn Lumber in Sheridan. And while you're there, pick up a cookbook and some rubs and sauces, too. Find your new Traeger grill at Blowthorn Lumber, serving Sheridan since 1957.
You buy it right, then you build it right. When you start with the pros, that's Blowthorn Lumber.
This is Troy Baker with Hammer Chevrolet, and you're listening to Sheridan Media Sports.
Welcome back to Trooper Baseball. Ernie Radolini Field, Trooper Stadium. Trooper Stadium at Ernie Radolini Field. Troopers trailing 7-0 here against the Cheyenne Post 6 Sixers. Dylan Greeno Groom up to the plate, the 8-hole hitter. Then Rich Hall after him, the 9-hole hitter. And then the leadoff man, Dalton Nelson, will get a hack in the hole here to start off the inning.
So this is the 6th inning of work for McAnally. He still has not given up a hit. The only runner to reach base reached on an error by the shortstop. So a no-hitter so far for McAnally.
First pitch that Dylan Greeno Groom sees is a strike. So an 0-1 count again for Coulter McAnally. That one swung on and missed by Dylan Greeno Groom for strike 2. And again, McAnally had a long time over there on the bench, but back to the same old work that he was doing beforehand. The 0-2 pitch. That one just a bit outside for ball 1.
He hit his location. They wanted it a couple inches off the plate. He hit it. Didn't get the call as it was outside, but hit his location.
Dylan Greeno Groom takes a foul ball back into the net to keep it 1-2. Here with 0 outs in the inning in the bottom of the 6th.
You know, something smart that Coach Ty Lane for Cheyenne did is he started Fieser in the first game and lets McAnally throw in the second game. And what I mean by that is Fieser throws hard.
Yeah.
But he doesn't throw as hard as McAnally. You throw McAnally in that first game, and all of a sudden Fieser doesn't look like he's throwing nearly as hard, right?
Yeah, that's very true. Dylan Greeno Groom gassed through. That's a strikeout. That is, I believe that's number 10. Is that number 10 on the game so far, or number 9?
9, 10, 11.
11
strikeouts.
Number 11
Yep.
for Nathan McAnally. Something tells me this is not the first time he's probably reached double-digit strikeouts, but here we are. Coming up to the plate now, Rich Hall for the Troopers. Grounded back to the pitcher back in the third inning, right back to McAnally. Threw it over to first for the third out of that inning. First pitch he sees, he swings and misses for strike 1. We want to thank the Sheridan Memorial Hospital as well. Everybody gets free admission to all the home games this year for the Troopers. Thanks to Sheridan Memorial Hospital. They're the foundational sponsor, I think is what they call it. And again, if you're looking to come see some baseball, come check that out. And big thanks to them. Rich Hall fouls one off. It's a 1-2 count now to Rich Hall.
Well, I know we've been singing the praises of McAnally, and I think it's well worth it if you actually watch him pitch. But, you know, from a statistical side, to have 9 swinging strikeouts, it tells you what kind of stuff he has.
Yeah, very true. 1-2 pitch. That is strike number 3 for Rich Hall. 12th strikeout of the game for McAnally. And like you said earlier, he is working on a no-hitter right now. And I don't think I'm too afraid about jinxing it, giving it the old announcer's jinx, because he is dealing right now. He is. This is as probably a derogatory term of flat as the Troopers' offense has been all year. And I did it just like, wow. It's
the broadcaster's
jinx.
jinx.
It's truly incredible. Broadcaster's jinx, there it is. Dalton Nelson lines one into left center for the first hit of the ball game for the Troopers. And, man, just like the powers that be were listening, Dalton Nelson singles one right over into left center.
Well, I will say that if anybody was going to break the no-hitter, it was Dalton Nelson,
Yeah.
because he had a great swing in the first inning when he lined out to the shortstop, hit the ball hard. Even though he struck out in the third inning, had a good at-bat, and it felt like he was catching up to the fastball.
Very
right?
true, yeah. And he lined back out to the pitcher back in the first inning. Yeah.
I'm sorry, pitcher. I said shortstop.
And you get,
You're right.
If McAnally's not standing there, that's probably a knock in the first hitter of the game. Michael Greer up to the plate now, and he watches ball one and strike one. So a 1-1 count now to Michael Greer. 2 outs here in the bottom half of the sixth. That was a breaking ball. Michael Greer kind of sat on, swung on, and fouled back behind the catcher for strike 2.
And I felt like Greer's had pretty decent at-bats today, and Cody Kilpatrick behind him has had pretty decent at-bats. Like I say, not much to show for it, but they don't look outmatched, so to speak.
Yeah, Michael Greer pops one up on the first base side, and looks like it's going to get over into the stands for a foul ball. That ball almost landed right square on a couple of people over there in the stands, but they got out of the way.
It's my daughters.
Oh, really?
Yep.
There you go. Next time you got to tell them to put the hand up, you know?
Better if they just run.
Fair enough. Fair enough. You know better than I would.
They don't need to try to catch pop-ups in the bleachers.
1-2 count.
Just get out of the way.
1-2 count here to Michael Greer. Michael Greer lines one into center field. That one is hit very well, and it's going to get over the head of the center fielder. Good job by Michael Greer. Dalton Nelson coming around third base, and he is going to score standing up, and just like that run feels like 10 if you're the Troopers right now, and that is a RBI double from Michael Greer. Great shot there, opposite field into the gap, over the center fielder's head, and really center fielder for the Cheyenne Post 6 really had no shot. Wyatt Hout, he was chasing it down, but it was over his head the whole way, and Michael Greer now on second base with Dalton Nelson coming around to score.
That's what they say, hard in, hard out, right? Ball comes in very fast. Greer puts a nice swing on it, but not over swinging, and the ball almost, it lands on the warning track. That's how well he hit the baseball.
Yeah. And now McAnally throws one that gets a wild pitch there, and Michael Greer is able to move over to third base. So a little something working here for the Troopers. 2 outs here, bottom half of the sixth. Runner on third base now. 1 run across, a 7-1 lead for Post 6 as the catcher, Ty Lobmeyer, goes and has a chat with Coulter McAnally.
And sometimes that's all that you need to disrupt a pitcher is to get somebody on base, force them to go out of the stretch, to the windup, but you just get them out of their zone. That hit, getting a runner on is a big deal. And the only runner they had prior to this was on an error, and that was toward the bottom of the order.
Cody Kilpatrick up to the plate now. Watch. Second pitch he sees is a ball as well. So a quick 2-0 count here to Cody Kilpatrick. And Kilpatrick, one of the main people you want to see if you're the Trooper cross. And up batting in the 3-hole and playing catcher. Kind of blooped over into center field. That's hit pretty well over into center field, left center field, and the left fielder calls a catch for out number 3. But the Troopers make it 6. We've got the top half of the 7th coming up. You're listening to Trooper Base 106.9 FM KW.
Are you a weekend warrior battling a nagging injury? Whether it's biking, hiking, backpacking, or seasonal yard work, don't let those aches and pains become something more. This is Charlotte Walter, physical therapist with Wyoming Rehab. We can help you feel better and get in shape for all of your upcoming endeavors. Give us a call and we'll set you up with a free screen and treatment recommendation for your non-emergent pains. Sheridan Memorial Hospital's Wyoming Rehab, 674-1632.
Have you heard? There's a new local podcast coming called Talk Local, Talk Sheridan. It'll be Sheridan focused, talking with business owners and locals about everything and anything to do with Sheridan. If you're interested in submitting a topic or would like to be on an episode and discuss something to do with Sheridan, then send an email to info@talklocaltalksheridan. And be sure to listen for future updates on Talk Local, Talk Sheridan, including when the first episode will be launching.
This is Dr. Dana Leroy with Leroy Family Dental, and you're listening to Sheridan Media Sports.
Welcome back to Trooper Baseball here at our Ernie Rodolini Field, Trooper Stadium. Trevor Stowe still on the bump for the Troopers here in the 7th inning. And it is the same man that came up last inning to start to the 6th for the Cheyenne Post 6 Sixers, Carter McAnally. He will lead off the top of this inning as well. He's had an outstanding day, both on the bump and at the plate. He had a 5-4 fielder's choice back in the first. He had a single, doubled back in the 4th as well, and then walked in the 6th and came around to score after a stolen base. So kind of done everything for Cheyenne today, and he's up at the plate again. And the first pitch he sees is a bit inside for ball 1.
Yeah, now he didn't face Stowe in any of his prior bats, but he has been putting some good swings. His double bounced off the left field wall. Had some good swings today at the plate, which is not surprising from your 3-hole hitter.
Yeah. That one is fouled off into the parking lot for strike 1. So 1-1 count here from Trevor Stowe. Trevor Stowe's done a decent job so far. He's worked out of the jam last inning that he was given with the bases loaded. So we'll see what he can do here with Coulter McAnally. That one gets by there for ball number 2. From the windup, here comes Stowe. That was a breaking ball, missed a little bit low for ball 3. And the last thing you want to do here if you're the Troopers, don't want to walk anybody, especially the lead off the inning. Don't want a repeat of last inning, I'd say. Comes 3-1. That one is high and outside for ball 4.
Well, it just puts so much pressure on everything when the leadoff hitter gets on, and that's, to the Troopers' credit, they've worked out of a lot of trouble, but eventually it comes back to bite you. They gave up 3 runs last inning, and it's because you don't get that the leadoff hitter out. You make an error, you walk too many guys. It's you can only play with fire so long in a baseball game before it catches up to you, and that's what's happened this game with the Troopers. And Stowe kind of uncharacteristically has not quite located, like, I've announced 2 of his games that he's pitched, and normally he's right on location.
Pounding the strike zone. Yeah, that's kind of his forte. Zach Kostopoulos is up to the plate now, first baseman. Sees a first pitch strike to start off the at-bat, so an 0-1 count. Coulter McAnally leading off over at first. I don't think he'll steal here with the 7-1 lead. That one is a strike to Kostopoulos as well. So a quick 0-2 count to Zach Kostopoulos from Trevor Stowe.
You wouldn't think he'd steal, but 0-2 maybe is a decent time to go if you are going to steal. 0-2, try to get a runner at second, even if you get a strikeout. Now you've got a guy in scoring position.
That one gets behind Kostopoulos, and he kind of dodges out of the way of that. If you wore that, that's runners on first and second. If he doesn't move there, that is hitting him, and he kind of dodges out of the way for ball 1. So it avoids the hit there, and I guess he's a guy who just wants to hit the ball. I can appreciate
when
that.
You're up 6 runs.
Yeah, just hit it. Why not?
Yeah.
Here comes the 1-2 from Stowe, and that one is grounded to the second baseman. Diving play, but he misses, just gets under his glove. McAnally's going to go all the way over to third. An errant throw over there from the right fielder gets past Michael Greer, and that allows Kostopoulos to get over to second base. So not a great throw from the right fielder to Dylan Greeno-Groom, and it allows Kostopoulos to get over to second base. Now runners in second and third, so 2 runners in scoring position here in the top half of the 7th.
Yeah, just uncharacteristic mistakes from Sheridan. I realize it's a 7-1 game, and Greeno-Groom wants to make a great play and throw McAnally out at third. But that ball's got to be thrown through the cut, on a line, because now you've got 2 runners in scoring position with no outs. It should have been first and third, and we've just seen the Troopers make some of those uncharacteristic mistakes. Every game I've seen this year, I've always walked away impressed with how fundamental they are. That doesn't mean you make every play by any means, but you're going to make errors, particularly in Legion baseball. But tonight, just some uncharacteristic mistakes that I haven't seen them do earlier this season.
4-hole hitter for Cheyenne Post 6 is up to the plate. Dominic Lopez, the right fielder, and the infield is in for the Troopers, so anything that's hit in the infield, if it goes to a infielder, they're going to check the runner at home and then go to first. See what happens here. Dominic Lopez. He gets the ground ball right to Cale Hamrick. McAnally gets a big lead over at third, but he gets looked back by Hamrick and thrown over first, and that is an out for Dominic Lopez. From Cale Hamrick over to Caden Steele, the first out of the inning.
Well, and runs are at a premium. Sheridan only has one run this game. If you have any opportunity, you've got to keep Cheyenne from scoring. 6-run game, a lot of times coaches will not cut the run, but it makes sense for that exact instant. That ground ball right there, if the infield is back, Cheyenne puts another run across. Instead, McAnally has to stay at third.
5-hole hitter for Casper, fouls one off. It's Julian Romero, the left fielder, number 8. Fouls one off to the third base side to make it an 0-1 count.
If you're Stowe, you just got to keep the ball down. Try to trust your infield to make a play.
Yeah.
Runners at second and third. You don't want this to become an 8-run ball game.
Yeah, nothing in the outfield would be ideal here for Trevor Stowe and the Troopers. Here comes the 0-1 pitch. That one catches the outside corner for strike 2. So good job getting after Julian Romero here. Quick 0-2 count from Stowe. If he can get a strikeout here, that would be pretty big from dodging another pretty big bullet from Cheyenne post 6. Here comes the 0-2 from Stowe. That one is swung on and missed by Julian Romero. Good pitch there by Stowe. Locate that high and inside. Kind of hard to lay off that. And he gets Julian Romero swinging there.
And that strikeout allows the infield to move back now with 2 outs. Plays at 1 anyway. They don't have to play in anymore. You have more range. So, yeah, big strikeout there to not allow another run to cross the plate. And, Troopers, not a lot of hope in this game, but if you can keep it at 6 runs, crazier things have happened.
Yeah, and that one is lined right into the gap in left center field. Not much you can do about that. And left fielder Rich Hall is going to pick that up and cut it off. Throw it to the cutoff man. That's going to score 2 runs for Cheyenne post 6, just as we're talking about it. And that was Keldon Hastings. I didn't even have a chance to look at my book before he had lined one into left center field. That was basically hit into the base of the wall. And that's a quick 9-1 lead for Cheyenne post 6.
Yeah, and just not the pitch, not the location that Stowe wanted to throw that thing right down the middle, belt high, and Hastings makes him pay for it. He drove that ball deep into the left center gap, easily plates 2, and again, Cheyenne has another runner in scoring position.
This is Wyatt Hout up to the plate now for Cheyenne post 6, the center fielder. Here comes the pitch from Stowe. That one's on the outside corner for strike 1. Hastings has had a pretty good game as well. He's got a single on the book here, grounded into a double play back in the 3rd, and came around to score in the 5th, and they walked and got around to 3rd in the 6th, and then he just had a double there in the 7th. For Hout, it's been a fly out to the shortstop. He singled back in the 3rd and came around to score. Got part of a fielder's choice after singling back in the 5th, and then he struck out in the 6th. Here comes the 0-1. 2 Hout. That one is swung on and missed, so a quick 0-2 count again from Trevor Stowe.
Everybody that's thrown today has some decent velocity. Both Cheyenne and Sheridan. A lot of guys in that low to mid 80s. A couple guys in the upper 80s, and then of course McAnally, who's definitely hitting the 90s.
Here comes the 0-2. That one is a little bit inside. It gets away from Cody Kilpatrick, and that's going to allow Hastings to move over to third base. So now a runner on third, 2 outs here in the top of the 7th with a 1-2 count for Trevor Stowe.
Yeah, and a 9-1 ball game, certainly not what the Troopers were looking for, obviously headed into this doubleheader. But again, leadoff hitters get on. Eventually you're going to pay for it.
Yeah.
They were able to work out of some trouble and mitigate damage, and Cody Kilpatrick just got drilled on a foul ball. Ooh.
He's probably more disappointed in himself that he didn't catch that. But, that's a foul ball nonetheless. 1-2 count stays for Wyatt Hout. Yeah, he wore that one right off. It looked like either the mask or the chest protector. And, he was upset with himself that he didn't make the catch there. Here comes the 1-2 again from Trevor Stowe. That one is fouled off again as well, right off the pole. I believe that's a good luck charm. He hit the gong. That's a good luck charm.
It sounded cool.
William Hout?
The Troopers need a lot of luck. They need a lot of luck heading into the bottom half of the 7th.
It's probably more of a good luck charm for Hout.
Sure.
As the 1-2 pitch is thrown away again, that's a pass ball, and that's going to bring home Keldon Hastings to score. So it's a 10-1 lead for Cheyenne now, and the bases are empty. 2-2 count for Trevor Stowe to Wyatt Hout, and that turned out to be a good luck charm.
Yeah,
pass
right.
Ball.
And right now the Troopers, I'm sure, are excited to get up to that Billings tournament and prove that they can play better baseball than what they've shown today, as the ball's lined into left and caught by Rich Hall for the third out of the inning.
Good play there by Hall. A little blooper into left field, and he makes the play running. And we're going to go into the bottom half of the third. After 3 come across here for Cheyenne Post 6, it is 10-1 going into the bottom half of the 7th. You're listening to Trooper Baseball here on 1410 AM and 106.9 FM KWYO.
Ready for a new career? True Build Builders, Sheridan's leader in custom post-frame buildings and homes for over 24 years, is expanding their workforce and is currently taking applications for all skill levels. You'll work for a community-oriented building company that's been supporting local sports teams, rodeo, FFA, 4-H, and more. You'll be offered a competitive wage depending on your experience, with an opportunity for advancement and training. Contact Jim or Brenda at True Build Builders, 752-0631, or email truebuildjobs@vcn.com. Is it time for a career change? McDonald's restaurants in Sheridan and Buffalo are currently looking to fill shift management positions that pay up to $18 per hour, and you can work today and get paid tomorrow. Improve your life with a new career. Benefits include IRA contributions, health insurance, paid vacations, tuition assistance, flexible scheduling, food discounts, and up to $18 per hour. Apply today in person for a shift management career at McDonald's in Sheridan and Buffalo.
This is Dr. Michelle Meehan, and you're listening to Sheridan Media Sports.
And welcome back here to Trooper Baseball. Ernie Rodolini Field, Trooper Stadium. We have a new pitcher on the mound for Cheyenne Post 6, Nick Colgan. Coulter McAnally goes 6 strong innings. Strikes out 12, I believe, if I'm reading this right.
It was 12.
And they pull him here for the 7th. His work is, did his job here today, so they're just going to let him sit out the rest of this game. He probably would have wanted to go 7th inning. If I were him, I probably wanted to come out for the complete game. But nonetheless, new pitcher here, Nick Colgan.
Well, and he did give up the no-hitter in the last half of the inning, so no point in keeping him in a 9-run ball game, right? Really, even if it stayed 6. And I'm watching this Nick Colgan warm up for Cheyenne, and it's not like he's throwing soft.
No, I mean it's you're not going to have anybody throw soft for Cheyenne here.
It's more hard.
Yep. So Nick Colgan on the bump. Trevor Stowe coming to the plate for the Troopers. 4-5-6 up to the plate for the Troop this half of the inning. Trevor Stowe has a strikeout and grounded out to the third baseman back in the 5th. First pitch that Stowe sees here in the bottom half of the 7th is a strike on the outside corner for strike 1.
Yeah, Stowe case, of course, came in relief of Brock Steele and did an okay job. He didn't throw as well as I've seen him throw in the past, but did all right.
The second pitch there is a ball, so 1-1 count. Yeah, Stowe 3 runs across in the top half of the 6th, 3 runs across in the top half of the 7th for Cheyenne Post 6. So now it is a 10-1 lead for the Sixers. And the Troopers kind of just, I think, going through the motions right now. Get on base, get a knock, see the ball well, kind of hope for the best. Just getting on base, maybe bring a couple runs across, but a comeback is not in the great probability in the cards, I would say, right now.
No, and I think if you're Coach Phillips, what you're looking at is guys to not give away at bats, to get up there and compete and have good at bats, and take that with you to the Billings tournament. Like I said, they head up there in a couple days and play a bunch of games up at that tournament. So you want guys to compete in this situation and maybe take a little something, because chances are they're going to see this pitcher at some point during the state tournament.
Yeah. The 1-1 pitch to Trevor Stowe is a strike on the outside corner, so it's a 1-2 count now from Nick Colgan. Here comes the 1-2. That one is chopped over to the third base side. Third baseman fields it cleanly and throws it over to first base to beat Stowe, and that is out number 1 here in the bottom half of the 7th.
Yeah, nice little play by Riesdorfer. Yep. Not a difficult play, but make routine look routine. That's one of the things that they always say in baseball is, don't make anything more difficult than it has to be. And to Colgan's, to Colgan's credit, throws strikes. You got a 9-run lead. Don't walk anybody and let your defense work.
Coming up to the plate now is Caden Steele, the first baseman. First pitch he sees is a strike as well. So another 0-1 count here to the Troopers.
It's kind of been that story all game long.
I mean, the post 6 pitchers have not fallen behind very much. Here comes the 0-1. That one is grounded to the shortstop. Shortstop fields it cleanly, throws it over to first, and Caden Steele is grounded out as well.
Well, Troopers down to their last out, and like I say, certainly disappointed in how they played this doubleheader. Thought a little bit more competitive in the first game. They lost 6-0. Again, they maybe got a little luckier. That game could have been an 8 or 9 or 10-0 game.
Similar to this one, I would say.
Absolutely. They were just able to deal with runners in the scoring position a little bit better than they have in the last 3 innings here.
Carter Dubberly up to the plate now, the center fielder. He struck out twice. First in the second and first in the fifth. First pitch he sees is a ball. Nick Colgan ready to go here. Here comes the pitch. That one is a strike. So a quick 0-1 count here to Carter Dubberly. Excuse me, 1-1 count to Carter Dubberly with 2 outs here in the bottom half of the 7th.
Yeah, like I said, let's see if Dubberly can put together a good at-bat and just get the next guy up.
Comes the 1-1. That one catches the inside corner for strike 2. So 1-2 count with 2 outs here. Carter Dubberly, like I said, struck out back in the second and struck out back in the fifth. Not a lot of at-bats for the Troopers here in the second game because of how good Coulter McAnally played and pitched. Here comes the 1-2, and that one is strike 3, and that is going to end the game here for the Troopers and Cheyenne Post 6. Cheyenne Post 6 walks away with the W in this one, 10-1, and we're going to take a quick break, and we will wrap up the game here in just a second. You're listening to Trooper Baseball here on 1410 AM and 106.9 FM KWYO.
When it comes to printed, embroidered, or promotional product needs, there's only one choice in and around Sheridan County. That's Kilpatrick Creations on Brundage Street in Sheridan. Our knowledge and experience puts us ahead of all others. Our expertise guarantees you a quality and affordable product each and every time. Our pricing is fair and consistent, our garment selection is extensive, and our quality is unmatched. So for your next screen printed, embroidered, or promotional product order, go straight to the experts at Kilpatrick Creations. Remember, we're here to make you look good.
Charlie Eisler here, owner of Auto Connections at 2514 North Main in Sheridan. Business has been terrific since Kim and I moved up to Sheridan permanently 3 years ago. Thank you, Sheridan. Cars, trucks, and SUVs, we have many to choose from. If you need a used car that won't break your budget, come see me. If you have bad credit or no credit, we can help. If you just want to talk baseball, come on by. Auto Connections, 2514 North Main.
Hi, this is DJ Dearcorn of First Federal Bank and Trust, and you are listening to Sheridan Media Sports.
Welcome back to Trooper Baseball here as we wrap up the doubleheader. Troopers lose the first game 6-0, is that right?
6-0, game 1.
In the first game, and then 10-1 here in the second game to Cheyenne Post 6 Sixers. And we were kind of talking about it, and like you said earlier, hoping to be a little bit more competitive, and both of these games could have gotten away from the Troopers. The second game did get away from the Troopers a little bit more so than the first game, but they dealt with a lot of runners on base for Cheyenne Post 6 in both games, and they just, Cheyenne Post 6 just dominated, especially on the mound. They had 2 guys start games that were throwing gas, really good breaking balls, especially in the second game. Coulter McAnally, 6 innings, 12 strikeouts, and the Troopers just couldn't get anything going offensively.
Yeah, and they really put on a clinic of baseball, right? You throw first pitch strikes, you have good solid at bats, and you play solid defense, right?
Yep.
In football they talk about 3 phases with special teams, offense, defense. Baseball's the same thing.
Yep.
You need to get ahead of batters, get your leadoff hitters on when you're on offense, and play solid defense. And they did all of those today.
Yep.
And it showed on the scoreboard. And Sheridan, to their credit, battled, but you can only deal with runners on with no outs. And give up no runs or 1 run in a couple innings, and it really showed there's a lot of crooked numbers up there on the scoreboard. And 5th inning 1 run, 6th inning 3 runs, 7th inning 3 runs, and that's where it got away from the Troopers, because the numbers, eventually the numbers don't work in your favor when the leadoff hitter is getting on.
I can imagine Ben Phillips with the team over there on the third base side giving him a decent stern talking to, maybe mentioning this is the team we're going to see in the state tournament. This is the team that's probably going to challenge us the most in the state tournament. We got to close that gap if we really want to compete for a state title, if that's what they're looking to do this year.
Yeah, and maybe the most disappointing thing was all the games I've seen the Troopers play, I said it a couple times during the broadcast, very fundamental defensively, and you just don't see very many mistakes. And today there were several. Right, between not hitting cuts, dropping fly balls, not getting a good read on fly balls, missed throws from the catcher, way more errors than we're used to seeing, and maybe that's the pressure of playing Cheyenne, but, they clean those things up, and all of a sudden now it's a 3-0 game, or it's a 5-1 game, not 10-1 and 6-0.
Yeah. That is going to wrap up our broadcast. I want to thank some of our baseball sponsors: McDonald's, Blodorn Lumber, Kilpatrick Creations, Dr. Michelle Meehan, the Sears Hometown Store, Sheridan County Memorial Hospital, True Built Builders, Redinger Technologies, Auto Connections, Range, Sunlight Federal Credit Union, Cowboy Creamery, Kim Hall with ERA Kill Realty, the Wyoming Corporate Office, and the Talk Local Talk Sheridan podcast. We wouldn't be able to do it without them, so a big thank you to them. The Troopers, they'll be heading over to a tournament in the coming days. They're going to be leaving July 1st for the Billings Goldsmith tournament, and they'll be there until Sunday, and then they have another tournament coming up after that next weekend in Bozeman. So a couple of road situations for the Troopers, and our next broadcast will be probably July 14th, I believe, something like that, when they have Gillette come to town that week. So I want to thank you for tuning in. This has been Trooper Baseball with me, James Timberlake, alongside Aaron Lagaki. You've been listening to 1410 AM and 106.9 FM KWYO.